Thanks very much, Kirstine. Have a good rest of your night.
Cheers.
Joy, you there?
I am here to lower the mood.
You're here to lower the mood. Lower the mood? Ah, yeah, I don't think you've ever lowered the mood. Ever. What I will do, however, is I'm basically going to give you the stream for a wee bit, so feel free to get me cancelled or whatever.
Right,
terms of
that's
service.
fine.
I'm going to give my face a wee wash and I need to go and check on Jessica just to make sure that it's all good. Hope, like, just chat, shite. You know,
I thought I'll just handle it like the ice sphere. It's fine.
treat it like the ice sphere, exactly.
It's fine.
Great.
I know what I'm doing.
Chat to you in a bit.
Joy here to announce the international cinematic release of Crucifix Nail Nipples. You take that back. You do not put that into the universe where it might manifest. Apollo is watching. Hello everyone, how are we doing? I'm here to be Eye's sleep paralysis demon for the next wee while. What ADHD symptom are we assigning him now? Disrupted circadian rhythm. He's awake at midnight. Holly Mop is doing great. She's sitting with me just now on Mothman's lap, so she's having a grand old time. For anyone new, Holly Mop is my little rescue dog, who the chat very much loves. Is this how he treats me during the ice sphere? No, he's normally here. He's normally controlling things. I'm not normally left on my own to make conversation with the chat, but I can do it. I can. But yeah, it's nice to see some of your names. I've not seen some of you since the last stream. Yes, pets for the potato. She's well loved. Don't worry. Holly Mop is a Shih Tzu. She is a very, I was going to say tiny, but she's actually 10 pounds now. She's now the minimum weight for a Shih Tzu. She's doing fabulous. It's all the eggs we're feeding her. I can hear Eye coming back, I think. You're saved from me talking about Holly Mop. Or maybe not saved. Maybe you enjoy hearing me talk about the dog. I knew who you were. Yes. Deloyd. I do remember. Saved like we wouldn't listen to that for 12 hours. You could. I keep thinking of getting a Holly Mop cam for the Eye Sphere, but I think you'd all end up watching her and not me and Eye, so that would be... Oh, unless you're into that, looking at the chat. She's very different from when we've got her. She's a very, very happy wee creature now. Very full of eggs, and not above throwing tantrums if we do not share eggs with her. You can look at all of us all at once. You're bad at focusing. Yes, that would also work. Holly Mop photos as the next donation goal. Yeah, I'm down with that as well. I was going to offer something else, but if you'll do it for Holly Mop, that's fine too. Discord is beeping at me. So anyway, how are we? How are we all enjoying the stream? There's been some absolutely fabulous speakers on before me. I feel quite inadequate. The other thing will still happen, Deloitte. I'm just teasing. And I will announce it properly when Eye's back on the screen. And cat on stream. We might not get the cats. It is late for the cats over there, but Holly Mop's well. I was going to say she's awake. She's not. She's snoring behind me. I'm also conscious that Mothman speakers are behind me as well, so if you hear noises in the background, it's just Mothman, which, if you are new to the stream, you're going to be very confused by, but yes, I am married to the cryptid Mothman. It's Tumblr lore at this point. If I try to deny it, people cry conspiracy. Hollymop is gold. I mean, if someone would take care of me and pamper me and feed me food and let me sleep all the time, I'd be quite happy too. That is a life goal. That is something to achieve. Mothman Erasure. When is he ever erased? He's always here. That is what my life is like. There's just a giant moth standing behind me at all times, just lurking. Holly's outdoor adventures were going good until we got something ridiculous like 12 inches of snow in one day, so we've not been outside much. It's fairly cold here. It was negative 25 degrees. Was it negative 25? We got pretty cold. We're down at negative 15 today, which was not pleasant. Which I don't know what that is in Fahrenheit. I've only lived in the US for 10 years, you'd think I know, but... He's back!
Hello and welcome to episode 23 of the
I almost did that myself and I thought, no, that's a wee bit cheeky. I won't do that in the middle of the Galop stream.
No, that's quite alright. You should all go and watch mine and Joy's podcast, which we've neglected for like a couple of weeks because I'm awful.
It's a mutual effort, thank you. We're both awful.
How are you doing this lovely day, Joy?
I'm good. I'm a wee bit knackered, but I'm good. I'm not as anywhere near as tired as you, but I am. I stupidly said I was going to go on vacation, and the first thing I did was paint my house. So I'm a wee bit tired.
That classic, like, oh, I'm going to actually holiday to do more work kind of thing.
Yeah. That was exactly what it was. It was, oh yeah, I could totally paint the entryway and the hallway. And now my knees don't stay in place, so that's fun.
Oh.
Sorry if you heard Mothman burping in the background.
That's okay. Mothman's been a trooper in chat. I think he's deserved a bump. Do you want me to put on the sad lamp? Is that what people are wanting? Like to try and keep me awake? I'm saying. if you want, you'll see that like I can make my room look like it's daylight. This is so bright now.
See that if you leave that on, you will get a burst of energy from that. Because it will make the vitamin D will make you slightly hypomanic if you leave it on too long.
Oh, cool.
Just be careful with that. But yeah, what someone's asking, what color am I painting my house? It's all going to be the same blue color as my living room. So if you've ever seen any of my home renovation, the home renovations of the Hell House, it's going to be that color because I have 3 gallons of it left over, so everything's blue.
Awesome. You have 3 gallons of the paint left. Amazing.
Well, because I'm an Ecos Paints ambassador affiliate type thing. I just have all that stuff.
That's amazing.
Not sponsored. This is not sponsored. I'm not taking. Give money to Galop instead. But yeah, I work with Ecos sometimes, and I get sent ridiculous amounts of things like a 5-gallon tub of paint. So
to be honest, that sounds amazing. Like just getting that and being like, yeah, that's what I'm gonna. That's what I'm gonna do.
Gonna do my whole house with it, and to be honest, the 5-gallon tin almost did do my whole house because it wasn't like 5-gallon tins; it was one giant tub of paint. But yeah, it's almost did my whole house. So again, thank you to Ecos, not sponsored for this post.
No, that's cool. I just realised. So Clover Wolfie donated £10, and that means I need to eat a jelly bean from the roulette bowl of jelly beans, not to be confused with the garbage thing of jelly beans with all the
earwax flavored ones.
Yeah, so this one is a hit or miss. This could be good or it could be bad. This could be vomit or it could be pomegranate or whatever it is. I don't know, but let's find out. Why do I keep on getting the shite ones? Fuck off, man. That's vomit.
Find out that Jess has just put the awful ones in both bowls for a laugh.
Thing is, it's actually unbelievably vile. Like, I can't imagine that someone had to test this flavor, right? So someone at the jelly bean factory was like, Ken what? We're gonna make the most rancid fucking flavor that you can possibly think of. And then
They probably tested it on children too, if you think about it, because their primary audience is kids. So there must have just been a room of kids being forced to eat disgusting flavoured jelly beans.
Yeah. Ah, shit, I'm about to get killed by this saber-tooth. In fact, no, I'm not. I'm gonna batter it.
You're gonna win. I have faith.
Yeah. He runs away with his, like, the stick in him, which is always quite graphic. Does make me wonder, when was the, like, in our millions of years of evolution, like, I wonder at what point did we pick up a stick and went, ken what? All these animals are getting it.
It's probably one of the first things we did, to be honest. Yeah. We were probably getting ate all the time, and we're like, you know what? No.
fuck that. We are, where are we on the donation side things? We are on 1,720 and 4 pence.
That's not bad.
4 pence. The 4 pence is going to annoy me though. Why can't we just do round numbers?
Conversion rates, unfortunately.
Ah, that might be it. Oh, in fact, no, I think this started with people doing 420.69.
That could be it too.
Or something like that. Right, where am I going? Ah, shit, I've missed that one. Bugger. Right, so at the moment I'm hunting for, like, landmarks. That's what I need to do.
I've only watched your YouTube video of this, but I've never actually played it. I keep thinking about it.
It's it's a weird for me, like, replaying this. I've been playing this on, like, autopilot mode, so I feel like I've not actually been, like, experiencing it and doing, like, a good job. But, like, I love this game so much. It's wonderful. It kind of takes you to a... I need to fucking jump over there, bugger. It just makes you think about everything in a way that, like, few games do. Like, I can play like history orientated games and not really feel much for, like, the actual history, but, like, this makes you feel like the evolution side of it is like, holy shit, we actually probably had to do this. We probably had to fight those giant fucking otters. Look at them all, the bastards. That's a Miocene otter and they're fucking huge.
Ooh.
And evil. Like, they've got big teeth. Like, they're awful.
It's just tapping into something primordial in your brain that's going, you know what? This sucked.
Yeah. It's like,
thank God we evolved.
But
well, not
like,
God, thanks science. But yeah.
But like the weird thing in this game that, like, really makes it stand out for me is the fact that, like, it absolutely like in a way that it makes it, like, it just weirdly captures the vibe of the vibe of evolving. It's managed to gamify evolution in, like, in a good way. Oh, can you fuck off, you little pricks? Oh, God damn it.
Great, because I'm hearing you a second before I see what happens on screen. I was like, yeah, I wonder what's happening. Yeah, it's the things.
Oh, Dylan just cracked a "you oughter kill those motherfuckers."
But
shocking. So Joy, I feel like we need to do an icebreaker because we've never spoken before. So
yeah, this is our first time ever interacting. It's quite intimidating.
What is something that you're particularly proud of this year, and what would you like to do next year? What's a goal for next year you've got?
This year I am proud of myself for surviving. I've had
so many people say that. Yeah. I've had
a very, very rough year with my migraines, which is also the reason for why a couple of our podcasts have gone ski with. But I just saw a lovely new doctor this week who thinks my eyes could be the source, and apparently my vision is well and truly fucked. So I'm getting some new glasses, and hopefully that will sort some things out for leading into the next year. When I hope to get the second book of Hunger Pangs out. I was trying to get out this year, but I had something like over 200 migraines this year. Not been having a good time. Not really conductive to getting any writing or editing done. So I'm on vacation and I'm starting up again in January. See how far we get.
That's good though. Like, it's good that you've, like, decided I am now on vacation.
Yeah, well, it was also the eye doctor thing was, it's going to take 6 weeks for your eyes adjust to having these new glasses because they're a really very, very strong prism that's being put into both eyes, because both eyes are wonky in opposite directions. And I'm going, yeah, that would make migraines worse.
Yeah.
And
Funnily
it's
enough.
yeah, but they did warn me it can take about 6 weeks to fully adjust and to feel the benefits of it. And I've got to do vision therapy at the same time. And I was like, I am not going to try and work whilst doing vision therapy. It's not happening, not doing it. So yeah, my hope is for in 2023 to just get Pride and Folly out the door, because I'm sick of looking at it. I want it done.
Want to do something else.
I want to do something else. I want to go play in my sandbox with different characters. But yeah.
Oh. Sorry, I managed to get warthogs and otters fighting. I don't know who won there. I don't think anyone won there.
Nobody won.
Nobody. Oh, they went in a huff with each other. They had a wee scrap. But yeah, I think you know, that's good though. It's nice to like. I feel like I'm not sure if you're like me, but does it always take you like a week to actually like settle down into relax mode, and then yeah, like that's been my issue.
Prime example. This is my first week of vacation I fully decided on. I went and fucking painted the house.
Yeah.
Just brain was just like, no, we're not ready yet. We need to do something else to wind
get
down.
that like work energy, like it has to go somewhere, so it's like you end up directing it.
Amanda asking me, have all the Patreon hardback shipped out? No, I have 200 left. Or no, 135 left, I think, that need to go out. So you will be getting an email at some point, probably from Mothman, and that will be getting sorted for the new year. I was trying to get it done for this year, but again, head's not been with it, so.
That's absolutely fine as well. I think when it comes to like projects that you spend all your time on, it's sometimes good to just get like a complete I can't touch this.
Yeah.
I'm desperate for some time off. I feel like I've not had any time off. Like, weirdly, I had time off when I lost my job, but at the same time, that wasn't time off. That was like...
It wasn't time off because you were looking for a job.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like,
Yeah.
I feel like I've not had a holiday this year at all, and I'm like, I'm just fucking knackered. I'm knackered now, and maybe that's because I've got, less than 12 hours to go now. But, yeah, it's just been tiring.
I mean, you landed on your feet and you've been running ever since. Like, it's very obvious to me that you're working very hard all the time. So I'm not surprised you're knackered. But I'm in a similar position where I will also run myself ragged and then go, but I don't understand why I'm so tired. I don't feel like I'm achieving anything. And I have to remind myself, you have unmedicated ADHD. No achievement feels good enough.
Yeah.
Like, it's that kind of, you have to remind yourself you are achieving a lot. Your brain's not giving you the dopamine because it's a fucker. But that's kind of my thing, where I'm having to be like, no, actually, I mean, despite the fact that I had so many migraines, I did get a lot done. I just haven't got around to finishing a lot of it. And then there was also an unfortunate, one of my editors got very sick. And that kind of made me slow down. They were very much like, oh, you can post whenever, you can put it in the file that we upload into and everything. But it made me think, well, I don't want to give them work if they're not feeling great. But then that just slowed me down, because it made me acknowledge, actually, my body doesn't feel great either.
Yeah.
I'm going to slow down because this deadline is not working for me. It's not, the self-imposed deadline was not going to be healthy. And I was just like, no, I'm going on holiday. That's me. I'll see you in the new year. But it's kind of nice because it was as soon as I said that, I was like, oh, I'm gonna open up one of the fanfic files that I'm writing on. I posted it right before the stream, and I was like, oh, I haven't had the motivation to do that in 6 months. Wow. So it just shows you how your brain just gets latched into one project, and you can't see, the forest for the trees sometimes. So I'm quite looking forward to not doing anything professional for the next couple of weeks.
Oh, that sounds wonderful.
Sounds good, doesn't it?
Yeah, no, that sounds amazing. By the way, we're not doing the ice sphere later on. I'm gonna be sleeping. Just let you know.
If you told me I'll see you in a couple of hours, I would have been like, nah.
No,
I'm on holiday. That's not happening.
I imagine if I really pushed for it though, like, yeah, don't worry, I'll nap, and then I'll like, it's fine, I'll nap for like.
That
6
would just be
hours,
the delusion making you think you could do it. Whatever
definitely.
hormone you're getting at this stage of sleep deprivation.
Oh man.
Thank you, Deloitte. I'm planning to.
I think like this week I've got or this week coming up we're doing another beta for the game that
Oh, that's right.
so it's like it's just gonna be like all out it's just gonna be back into like all out like marketing for that, so that'll be fun. And I think my Monday and Tuesday is gonna be just sending out shitloads of emails, which will be fine, regardless of how tired I am. But nah, I'm hoping that like, you know, when I like tomorrow, like I will just sleep.
You will be knackered.
Sorry.
If it's anything like the last stream that we did, you'll just pass out.
Yeah, I say tomorrow. I mean today.
Today for you, it's still yeah.
Yeah, so I'll definitely be still doing stuff. It's just like, yeah, I think I remember last time when we finished the stream, because I stupidly, I'm trying to remember, I think I did the Thai stream. I don't know what the time slots were on the Thai stream. I don't know which. I think it was later, or I started later. I maybe started at 6 o'clock. I maybe did 6 to 6.
It was 6 to 6 because I was there for most of it, I think.
Yeah, and it was the worst fucking thing. It might have been 5 to 5. It was the worst idea I've ever had in my entire life. It was awful. I remember like, to be honest, I've not drank any sort of caffeine throughout this, and like, while I'm losing it at the moment, I'll get like a second wind around like 4. But I remember in the Thai stream, I was drinking this weird caffeine drink, and it was.
I remember because you were
fucking
jittery as it. Fuck.
Yeah, I was not in a good place. I was just struggling for the rest of the stream, or like the rest of the day, and
You start crashing. That's the thing with caffeine.
Yeah.
You start to crash when it wears off. The crash is hard.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what happens. I've just realised I need to get to the top of this mountain, and I cannot remember for the life of me how to get up there. That's a bit frustrating. There must be a way.
Get monkey around, I'll show you figure it
out. So, like, I mean, Joy, I think we talk to each other frequently enough that I feel like I really feel like it's like giving you the formal interview questions.
So try to interview your bestie.
Yeah, like, do you want that? Is that like, do you want a question?
I don't mind. Whatever you want to do. Whatever is easier for your brain right now.
No worries. So like, let's just gently ease into. I'll ask a couple of questions in regards to kind of like LGBT specific like services, and like the importance of that. Like, why is it important to have like services specifically for groups of people? And of course that might be you know, that can be disabled people, that can be LGBT people. Like, why is it important, or what would you say is the most important aspects of having those kind of separate services?
It's the foundation of building your own community with your own people, and having a place to turn to when the rest of the world feels hostile, and it can feel like you literally have no one. And for me, it's more, I feel this with my disability community and the people the community I've curated on Tumblr. I was incredibly alone until I found a bunch of like-minded people who were also like, oh yeah, my joints also don't work. And, it was, the feeling of loneliness can be so overwhelming, and that is so detrimental to getting help and to getting out of abusive situations and to finding the path you're supposed to be on. And places like Galop offer the resources to get yourself right and to help you escape certain things that you otherwise wouldn't have the resources to do. And that you cannot quantify how helpful those organizations organisations like Galop are. Sorry, my stutter was coming out there.
That's absolutely.
But they do so much good, especially when we're currently in an era when it feels like every second message you're seeing is hate mail. Every tweet you see seems like it's somebody being an arsehole and picking on a different minority. And it's good to know that there are safe places that you can go to and actually be acknowledged for who you are and be safe. And Gallup fills that very necessary need. And I'm really happy we're doing this stream. I'm really, really glad. Hopefully I can help raise some money for them as well. But yeah, it's just the community building aspect of it cannot be overlooked. And the resources they're vital for a lot of people. Just reading the chat there. Sky is in here as well, apparently.
Hi, Sky.
Hi. I'm just hanging out.
Just vibing.
It's such a great answer. I didn't want to interrupt.
I felt like I was waffling, but yeah, I really appreciate everything the people at Gallup do. I think they're a fantastic organisation in the UK. I actually have friends who've used Gallup in the past as well, and I know that they've found everyone there to be super compassionate and just very, very helpful, which is it's what you need when you're going through, what can literally feel like hell. That's what you need. You need compassion and care and community, and a lot of us don't have access to that. Or we don't know how to get access to it. So raising awareness like this is fantastic. So thank you again for having this the stream and raising money for them. It's fantastic.
I just exist here. I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
It's your idea. It's your idea. You instigate it. You brought it on yourself.
Yeah, I did. You're right. No, how you doing, Sky? Welcome.
Yeah, I'm doing good. I've been dropping in and out of, hopping in and out the stream now and again to watch your gradual descent into madness. Glad I'm not having to go through it myself this time. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, I only get to be sleep paralysis demon this time. I don't get to be both of yours. That's
Well,
a bit disappointing.
I feel like this was the exact group that things started to go off the rails for in the last 24-hour stream. So I'm excited to see what happens.
Yeah, as like we're 12 and a half hours now. No, I can't. Right, this is the thing. You've got to kick Marsh. We're not counting half hours. I can't get into that mindset. Because like
halfway through the stream. You're more than halfway through the stream.
You're halfway through.
I'm more than halfway through. That's good. I'm kind of content with that. I'm just hoping that I don't die on my arse. But no, Sky, do you maybe want to give yourself a wee introduction to... In fact, Joy, I'm sure you've probably already done that as well. But...
I just said hello to everybody that I just treated it like the ice sphere. Everybody here knows me. In case you didn't, I'm Joy Demora. I am an international LGBT best-selling author and disability advocate. There we go, that's my spiel.
Fantastic. Sky, your turn.
Hi everyone, I'm Sky Black. I am a Scottish-based filmmaker, Twitch streamer, just general content creator, who primarily focuses on here on Twitch, where I also stream. I focus on narrative dissections of video games, so we can better appreciate the art that we all love, and also on accessibility and inclusivity.
Nice.
God, that sounded really professional, didn't it?
It did. And it was off the cuff as well. I know that you didn't have that written down. No, that was really good.
I'm also Aye's former editor as well. So
yes.
If you've watched the Ancestors video, I edited that.
Yeah. And Dylan saying Aye says he was in a state last time, but I watched him no hit first try the Mantis Lords. Well, yeah, that's because I'm a fucking pro gamer. I believe Sky's volume is maxed out on Discord.
Yeah, unfortunately my mic is just naturally quite quiet, but I'll make sure to speak as loud as I fucking can.
Just shout as much as you possibly can. Hey, Elliot Makes Art, welcome to the stream. And by the way, folks, I would say I'd like to kind of have a wee I'm sorry moment, because like I know that I haven't been doing a lot of like chat comms, like with shout outs and stuff. Like, in the middle of speakers and stuff like that, I'm just not going to be able to, like, I don't want to interrupt conversation to thank folk for following and things, so just as a kind of heads up on that side. But I do appreciate y'all being here and watching, so thank you.
Sorry, I was briefly fiddling with my audio while you did that.
It's all good.
But I think if I turn it up anymore, I'm gonna get the background hum of my computer pretty prominently.
That's fair. No worries. Cool. So, Sky, I would need to ask you. We need an icebreaker as well. So, what?
Yeah, because we've also never spoken before.
Exactly. What are you most proud of this year, and what would you like to do next year?
What am I most proud of this year? It's been a busy year for me. I'm trying to think. I've got like a handful of things that I've been proud of. At what was my former job, I helped launch a department entirely focused on creating inclusive and accessible content, and I kind of spearheaded that for a wee while, which was great because it's exactly what I want to do. And I just kind of got to create more content and became more active in my local political community. I think is my probably top 3. As for what I want to do next year, I think just more of that, which is a bit of a cop out of an answer.
That's fine. That can be a goal as well.
Also, have a job would be quite nice because I'm currently in the unemployed section that you were in earlier in the year. So
yeah,
having a job would be quite good too.
It's not a great place to be in. It's very frustrating, but I'm sure you'll find something pretty soon.
Yeah, I'm not worried. Well, I am, but
yeah, you'll
positive energy.
Exactly. As I drink water and scale it all down myself. This is it. This is it, folks. It's all downhill from here.
We've reached the stages before everything just goes to shit.
Someone just donated. I think it was Harif. I think you just donated, which means I need to eat a random jelly bean. So I hope it's a fucking good one. Better be, otherwise it's your fuck. Sorry, one sec. Hate it when you get interrupted by a saber-toothed tiger while you're trying to eat a jelly bean.
It's great that Joy and I get your audio in a few seconds before.
Yeah. Sorry,
Like, what's happening? Did one of the cats jump on him? Or no, an actual cat in the game. Okay.
Right, so I'm taking my vengeance. Nah, wait, shit. I'm taking my vengeance. There we go. Fucking enough of your cheek. Right. This better not be a rotten egg. Yes! Oh, that was tutti frutti.
Finally got a good one.
Finally got a good one. I think that's the first fucking good one I've had.
I'm your good luck charm. Of
Well-
jelly beans, only jelly beans.
Well, an anonymous just donated 20, so that means I'm gonna have to eat a shite one. So, but it's anonymous and they didn't put a comment. So, if anyone, do one of you want to choose the bad jelly bean flavor? Joy.
The
Sky?
options.
Okay.
Yeah, give us a choice.
Here's the fucking options. Okay, so earwax, vomit, dirt, soap, booger, sausage, earthworm, rotten egg, black pepper, grass.
Have we had the sausage one yet?
We have, but only once.
Have we had the earwax one yet?
We've not had the earwax one yet.
I think Jeff and I, Joy and I'm fucking tired. I don't know why I'm tired. Joy and I both suffer from hearing problems, so I think the earwax one is an appropriate
Yeah, that works.
Okay, thanks.
Your name's Jeff now, apparently, Joy.
That's fine. I'll roll with it. Just waiting to see his face on camera. That's not a good one.
Oh, signed Jeff by Sky. Thank you, Tundra.
That's... Oh. That's not good. It's not... To be honest, it's not as bad as some of the others. Like, the one thing I'm kind of anxious about is I'm going to actually find one that I really enjoy. That's the danger when you're eating horrible eggs, is like you might find one that you actually like. Eggs? Jelly beans? I'm sorry, I'm getting confused. Rotten egg is a flavour. Jelly beans are the things I'm eating. Jelly eggs.
So next 24-hour stream, are you gonna have to just eat a bunch of hard-boiled eggs now? Is that gonna be the thing?
Fuck no, no.
I takes a trip to the hospital.
You say that like there's gonna be another 24-hour stream. I think like I'm gonna.
You said this last year.
Yeah, I know. I did send it. Yeah.
And here we all are.
Here we all are, without fail.
Harith is asking how the good doctor is. She's doing fine. She's snoozing behind me.
Oh, nice. Oh, that reminds me, we can... Oh, wait, I've just realised I'm poisoned. Shit. Any water around here?
I didn't know the jelly beans was that bad.
I was joking about the hospital.
Let's test out that NHS service you were talking about earlier.
This is bad, actually. I don't know where... You know what? Never mind. You have to eat a century egg for the £1,500 milestone next day. Oh, wait, what the why is there so many fucking animals up here? Jesus, it's like I'm in the middle of the jungle or something. Fucking hell. Sorry. Is maid outfit a milestone? Maybe. It doesn't really fit me though. Like...
That's even better.
No, as in I can get my head kind of through it, but then like it becomes like, yeah.
Would it break TOS?
Well, it depends. If I was naked while trying to put it on, which I wouldn't be, I hope. So, that would have to be a really high target.
How if I was the person who kickstarted the crowdfund to buy the maid outfit?
Yeah, and I've never forgiven you for it.
That's why I don't appear on the shows anymore.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. So, do we? I feel like the maid costume isn't 2,000 worthy. I feel like it's 2,500 worthy, maybe.
I think
Sounds like a
2,500 is
challenge.
A good amount.
Yeah. Can we see the return of Disco Eye? Oh, as in you want the shirt on? I mean, yeah, I could put the shirt on. That's fine. I can do Disco Eye whenever you want. Well, I say that maybe for the 2000 one.
For the 2000, Disco Eye comes back for 2000.
Yeah, Disco Eye comes back for 2000, and then Maid
Eye.
Maid A more like. Yeah.
Maiden.
Yeah, yeah.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
It's not. Yeah. That's what we'll do. How's that?
Made in Scotland.
Oh god, that's painful. This game is stunningly, I agree, Waffle. Meow for master. No. Okay, no.
I love the fact that I came in and I told you it was going to deteriorate. I told you it was just going to go to complete hell.
I called it.
Yeah.
I called it as well.
Yeah. My life. Yeah. To be honest, it's good. I think it's because, like, don't get me wrong, both of you are extremely important speakers as well, right? But I feel like when it's the gauntlet of like speakers that I don't talk to on a normal basis, I feel like there's a certain level of properness. I think that probably collapsed fairly soon into the stream, mind you. But like, you know, I had to be.
We're your mates.
Had to be proper, whereas I can just chat shit with you guys.
We're fellow Tumblr gremlins. It was never going to be professional.
Exactly, yeah. Oh, I've just realised I can fucking sleep over here. Yeehaw. Not sleep, like, sleep in game. That's, to be honest, that's actually kind of punishing, right? Like, the Hollow Knight never slept, and now I'm just getting teased by monkeys getting to sleep, and I don't. So.
The Hollow Knight got to sit on a bench sometimes.
That's true. Although, in fairness, I'm just chilling in this chair. I will need to, like, stretch my... In fact, this is a good shout for anyone who is currently sitting like a prawn. Just remember to, like, de-prawn yourself.
Oh, that's me.
Oh, yeah, me too.
Fuck.
You... Getting us slightly back on serious topics real quick.
Sure.
I was listening, obviously, as I joined to Joy talking about community and that feeling of not being alone.
Mm-hmm.
And Joy, actually, I have you to thank for a lot of this, because throughout this year, one of the things that's been going on in the background, as you know, I being, you know, my friend and hearing me complain constantly, I've been accepting the fact that I am also a disabled individual. So, and actually, it's so far been a lot of the same things that Joy has, which is a weird coincidence.
Yeah, I seem to draw people towards me like a magnet for a lot of these things now.
But just the other day, I got my official diagnosis for hypermobility, which has been great.
It is. It's 'cause you now
NHS
know that you can stop damaging yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, the NHS does work sometimes. I was very lucky. I have a very nice doctor. kind of rubbish that it's a crapshoot about whether or not you get a nice doctor, but this is supposed to be a more uplifting story about how sometimes the NHS does work, and I'm just ruining it by continuing to talk.
To be fair,
so-
it works fairly often, but it struggles with complex issues because it's been so badly gutted. That was the main thing I found. The contrast between me living in Scotland and where I now live in the US is the NHS is fantastic if you break a leg. It's fantastic if you have cancer. If you have a complex diagnosis like I do for like Ehlers-Danlos syndrome and mast cell dysfunction, they've not got a Scooby because they've not had the funding. And that
right.
it's really hard to see that they're really struggling. Like my brother's currently in the hospital with what looks like mast cell activation syndrome, the same thing I have, and all the doctors are confusing it for mastocytosis, or they're calling it conversion therapy, which is kind of how they just say hysteria these days. And it's they keep implying that it's it's an anxiety disorder, and I'm going, an anxiety disorder that's treated with antihistamines. Are you listening to yourselves? But they just don't have the funding for it. They don't have the funding or the research, and it's a shame to see something that's so truly wonderful be so thoroughly gutted by austerity measures that have done nothing but line the pockets of people that can already afford to go private, and the rest of us are left with the Death Star, which is the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for those unaware. And it's a real, everything's just been left in shambles because of greed.
Yeah, like my doctor or my physio was talking about it because I went to my first physio appointment recently, and he was like, we used to have a whole department for people with like joint conditions and stuff like that, and now it's just part of rheumatology.
And rheumatologists don't have a Scooby about joints.
Exactly. I had to email rheumatology to get them to go, yeah, we don't need to see you because we agree with your diagnosis to get it confirmed as a diagnosis. It was like an extra step that was completely unnecessary and took an extra 2 or 3 weeks. It's like, everyone agrees, but we need to agree that we don't need to see you first.
Which is just, it would waste so much time and money if they just had a better... But it's the same over here. I mean, I was still referred to rheumatology, and rheumatology told me my joints were fine. Every single physical therapist I've seen went, don't do that. Like that kind of... as soon as they're going, can you stretch as far as you can? And they all just stare at me in horror and go, how have you never been assessed for hypermobility? And I was like, oh, the rheumatologist said I don't have it. What rheumatology meant was I'm not hyperflexible, which is a different thing. Hyperflexibility is muscles, hypermobility is joints. And, I see the same things with the NHS as well. They just, you're being referred to the wrong department. You would actually be better off just being referred to physical therapy for someone who works with joints and muscles all day long to say, actually, you're without the normal range of, human motion, and that could be the cause for your chronic pain and injury. But we don't get that. We get sent to rheumatology who deal primarily with autoimmune problems, and they're annoyed about it because we're taking up time that they already don't have to see the patients who do have, arthritis and all the other things that they can help them with. So it's hard to kind of, keep the faith sometimes in something like the NHS, but I truly believe that if we can get away from the austerity measures and we can start putting money back where it belongs instead of fucking number 10 parties and all that nonsense, I have hope for things getting better, but there has to be serious change first. And the speaker was on before, was it Kirsten? The point about joining unions is fantastic for everybody. It's it works for all your industries. We saw the power of the union with the Author Society in the UK recently when Joan Harris was getting run off by a bunch of TERFs, and the TERFs thought they would win because they were vocal about it. They honestly thought they were going to be able to boot her out the door, and then it turned out, well, actually, a lot of the people in the union don't agree with you, but we're just not loud. And I think part of that has to change, is that we do have to be louder in our support.
I think the UK has a specific problem with that because obviously we're raised to be such a quote-unquote polite society. It's like, we'll just not make a fuss.
Which is how they get you. Yeah.
Yeah.
they talk about, oh, well, you have a civilized protest. All protests are civilized. If you are protesting something, it's because something uncivilized is happening. It's the idea that there's a moral backbone to it if you say it nicely. I hate that. People can say the most awful things with a smile. Doesn't mean they're a good person.
Yeah.
I think that also applies to like the kind of, it's always fuck. Sorry, hold on. Shit, fuck.
Falling down a mountain.
Nope, that's fine. We saved it. We somehow managed to save it.
Can you imagine Wayne's just clinging to you, going wee?
Yeah,
No, I mean,
that kid's having a great time.
It was the it's the thing with like people who I almost want to say it's like that kind of like Reddit atheist kind of like strain.
Yeah.
Like kind of like 2013. Because I think a lot of it's like I argue and I'm always logical. Debate me. I don't deal with feelings.
Oh yeah, the idea that the moment you get emotional, you've somehow lost an argument.
Yeah, exactly.
Is ridiculous, especially when it's about like sexuality or gender or disability or race or people's lives.
Things that involve human emotion.
Fuck.
It's the same with when we're talking about when Tristan was on the blocking feature. People that treat, oh, you blocked me, therefore I won. No, I just didn't want to listen to your shit anymore, so I turned you off. Like that's that's the way that works. You didn't win anything. You lost. I turned you off. You cannot interact with me anymore. You are the losing party.
Yeah. No, that's exactly. Sorry, I've just seen that we've got another £20 donation, which means.
Oh, that's from my partner and one of my best friends who are in the living room.
Oh, thanks. It's Georgie Lou. And which, Betty, can you ask them what horrible flavour of fucking jelly bean they want me to eat?
Yeah, sure, guys. If one of you comes through, I'll find out from them. I'm
Cool.
in the office at the moment. It was great. I was saying in the Discord, I came through and was like, oh, the stream's on the TV and the laptop, and I think on someone's phone as well. So I'm like, okay, we're really putting our all into this watching this telethon.
Everybody's watching. Shit. No. Oh, fucking hell. The amount of times I've jumped off and there's just been nobody's grabbed onto anything. We also had a couple of £10 donations, so I'm just going to take like random bites. It's Georgie Lou. So you've got earwax, vomit, dirt, soap, booger, sausage, earthworm, rotten egg, black pepper and grass. Oh, that one's cinnamon. That was nice. And then this other £10 donation, I'm actually going to see if I'm going to pick a green one, because I'm hoping that it's the apple one. I'd like an apple one for a change, please. I don't want a shit one.
There's genuine pain in your voice here.
I don't want a shit one.
Please, it's been 12 hours.
Alright, let's try what that one is.
Just let me. It's almost been 13.
That one was an apple one. Not bad.
Yay.
Oh man, that's the good stuff right there.
What?
They
want earthworm, by the way.
Oh, earthworm. I don't think we've actually had earthworm yet, so can't wait.
Time for earthworm Jim.
Can't wait to find out what earthworm tastes like. Yeehaw! Earthy. Fuck it. Oh my god. Fuck what?
Mouthful of
It's also
dirt.
protein, though.
Oh, yeah. It's like a mouthful of dirt, but with like a kind of like, if I could describe it, it's like a dirt vinaigrette.
That sounds genuinely horrific.
That fucking rank. Fuck me.
Well, I mean, at least they'll keep you awake.
Yeah, they sure do. You know what the worst thing about it is, right? Jelly beans are horrible, right? Like, jelly beans are horrible to eat, like, texture-wise, because what happens is they just stick to your fucking gums and everything when you bite them. You bite through them, and then, like, it splits and then clings to both sides of your tooth. It's horrible.
Oh, I've always been a jelly baby kind of person, but that might be because I'm a massive Doctor Who fan.
That's fair, but I
And a
mean,
nerd.
I would also be really, really anxious if there was jelly babies that taste like earthworm. I feel
That
like
would be too far.
I feel like jelly beans can be like weaponized in a way that jelly babies can't.
You clearly haven't watched a lot of Doctor Who.
Oh God, okay, yeah, no, I
Classic
haven't.
Doctor Who, especially.
Yep.
Ah, okay, well, yeah.
I've always been a wine gums person. I don't know why.
A wine
I like
gums?
I like the
Gums.
texture of wine gums.
Wine
Okay.
gums give me a headache. I don't know why.
What's okay? So, okay, this is always a good question. Favorite sweets. We've discussed this before, I'm sure.
I'm
but
a slut for Skittles.
for Skittles. Okay, so it's got to be. It can't be chocolate. It has to be like an actual like sweet. Obviously, so Skittles is a good one. Fruit pastel supremacy in chat. I see.
I like fruit pastels. I liked fruit pastels as well.
Do you
pastels
know?
are good.
Do you know that in my local Asda they do fruit pastels and they do just the red and black currant ones?
Oh, that would be
I've
class.
seen those, yeah.
It's like, yeah, I can see what you're fucking doing, and they do it.
That'd be
well.
worth sitting with an EpiPen for me.
Yeah, they're good. I like them. I've never been one for like the cheap fizzy sweets. I'm not a massive fan. Ah, shitting cunt and fucking bollocks. Sorry.
I'm not a massive fan of those either.
I'm trying to think of like what other sweets like.
My friend group has a tradition of like tasting all of the Vimto flavored stuff, like sweets and things. So quite like some Vimto flavored things. That was actually to my knowledge started by Elliot Makes Art in the chat.
Nice. Sorry, I'm just making sure that the old Twitter's updated because
Oh shit, yeah, so should I.
Jessica's napping for a wee bit, which she deserves, to be honest, because she's been supporting
out
me
to,
and organising this for fucking ages.
Shout out to Jess and your amazing mod team and Mothman as well.
They've all been incredible, to be honest.
I heard Tundra's voice for the first time today, despite the
Same.
fact that we interacted for 2 years.
I know. And it's just so good. I've also got 9 emails. Oh God. Okay, nothing serious.
So just Galop being like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
I think I'm not sure if Galop, but I'm hoping whoever was part of who was ever behind the Galop charity is gone to sleep. I really hope they go to bed.
Galop mods are asleep. Quick post cringe.
yeah. Right, okay, I think we're okay. Checking Tumblr.
I think what my favourite sweet was. Back in the day, it was Parma violets. I could eat those for
Oh.
Scotland.
I used to love Parma violets.
That's another sweet I would sit with an EpiPen for, is Parma violet. And to be honest, I could probably have them now that I'm a wee bit better. But it was I went to a wedding with one of the editors I worked for, and they had Parma violet cocktail because all of our cocktails were candy themed.
Oh,
and
fuck, that's lethal.
I was the most fucked up I've ever been in my entire life. Like, I'm somebody that drinks straight rum, or I used to be, and I would be completely fine.
Oh,
Absolutely,
no.
I would be fine the next day. I woke up from this wedding, and the first thing I did was I walked into a wall because I thought it was the door. I could not distinguish shapes. I think I went temporarily blind from the alcohol content. But it was the tastiest thing, and you couldn't taste the alcohol. It just tasted like crushed Parma violet and like a creme. It was almost like creme menthe, but it was like Parma violet.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I'm glad Jessica's asleep because she is a Parma violet fiend, right? Like
They are so good.
I bought Jessica a tub of like Parma violets for her Christmas one year, and I don't think I had a chance to like to see them. Like, not that I don't.
Just inhaled them.
To be honest, I don't particularly care about Parma. I can go without Parma Violets. I'm fine without them. Can I just say, sorry, I'm seeing flights of Wimvey made an account to let me know that it was them who donated, and they're glad that you chose earwax. Thanks. Great.
More than happy. More than happy
Right.
to.
Well, now I have a username associated with you, so I can find you. Every single person who's donated £20 is going on a list, having made me eat all the shit jelly beans.
The AyeforScotland bean list.
Yeah, exactly. Right, I believe that we have. I actually think we might be able to do this now. I was previously really concerned I wasn't going to be able to do this in time, but I actually think I'm gonna manage it. Which is good. We might be able to complete the game. I mean, which we should, because I'm supposed to be like a professional Ancestors player or something like that, but we'll get there. Joining us imminently will be writer and journalist Harley Alex. Yeehaw. Harley's gonna just burst in here. I'm expecting Harley to burst in here and immediately do an intro. Just a heads up, this next discussion is going to be talking about abuse directly and what, when, why Harley's used Galop services. So just a heads up for everyone. Thanks very much for that, Lego. Appreciate the heads up for everyone in chat.
Yeah, I think. I think I might head out for now to give kind of Harley the floor for that.
Yep, that's fine. No worries.
I might hop back on during the open mic a bit later.
Yeah, no, of course. No, thanks very much, Sky. Catching
Since
back.
we didn't end up answering any or asking any questions, we all just kind of verbally shit posted.
Yeah.
For an hour.
We were just hanging around, making sure I stay sane.
Yeah, you did a shit. I was gonna say you did a shit job.
One thing I will quickly add just before I leave is one thing I noticed on the Galop site, which I absolutely love, is their quick exit button.
Yeah.
In case, you know, either for whatever reason you can't be on the site or it's just too much. I really like that. Okay, I'm going to transfer out and I'll probably hop back in a bit later.
No worries at all, Sky. Hey, DJ Valpina, thank you very much for the raid. Hello, Raiders. We're raising money for a charity called Galop. They're an LGBT charity that look after people who've experienced abuse and violence, as well as things like conversion therapy and domestic abuse. So, hello, Raiders. Lego, you're in chat. Hi.
Yes, hi. I sent a message in the text Twitch chat as well. I just wanted to give a heads up that when Harley comes on, they're going to be talking about their experiences with abuse and violence directly and kind of what the circumstances were and when and why they personally used Galop services. So I just wanted to give a warning to people in chat, just because it is a little bit of a heavier topic, and if that's something that people can't handle, there's no shame if you need to leave the stream for a little bit. I don't think, it's not going to be the rest of the stream or anything. Probably not more than 30 minutes, but I just wanted to give sort of a trigger warning.
No, that's really good. Thank you very much for doing that, Lego. I appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. I'm just gonna get Harley sent over here in just a second.
Awesome.
And I will also hop out briefly to give Harley the floor.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Joy. I'm all alone now. No, I'm not. Harley's back in.
Hello, I'm here.
Hey, Harley, how you doing?
I'm good. Feeling surprisingly awake for 1 a.m.
Get in. Nice. You're probably more awake than me.
Yeah, just don't look at the pile of empty iced coffee cartons sitting next to me.
Good stuff. How's your day been? Thanks very much for all the work that you're doing in the background, sorting stuff out.
Oh yeah, it's been great getting involved. Like the energy's just been amazing. Like just kept going the entire time. And honestly can't thank the rest of the speakers and everyone who's viewed and all the folk that are donating 100 quid, like even just £3. Like, oh my god, it's amazing.
It is absolutely awesome. So I think to start with, why don't you give yourself a wee introduction so everyone in chat knows who you are?
Okay, so for those who don't know me, my name is Harley. You may have seen me around on Twitter as that weird queer cripple you have been warned about. I am a journalist, writer, and just general yeller at people of kind of activism, multiply disabled, slightly batshit, but generally a very nice person, I promise.
Good stuff. And I'm gonna ask you the icebreaker questions that everyone's been asked as well. So,
Oh yeah, give it
what
here.
what are you most proud of achieving this year, and what would you most like to achieve or do next year?
Oh, I'm ready for this question. I've been prepping.
I was gonna say you've actually got a script. You've written this. It's fine.
The overthinking has happened. So I think what I'm proudest of, which you of course already know about, was getting back to work this year. When my health took a dip pre-COVID, I kind of was afraid that that door had been shut permanently for me. I had to leave uni, I had to leave the internship I was doing, and I was just kind of like, well, that's me, fucked it. There's not a lot of accessibility. And this year, I've actually had my writing published with the Unwritten publication, which is a publication for disabled writers and journalists to share their stories. I've had my work shared by politicians. I had Jack Monroe share my work, and I got some contract work done. And it has been a huge boost for my confidence of accessible work is out there and the work atmosphere is changing, and it's just been a huge thing for me of just like, oh wow, I am actually good at this. I'm good at what I do. I'd forgotten that.
Great. Now, and what about next year?
Next year, my goal for next year is I've been working on for a while is my poetry zine, and I finally got it kind of organized in order, telling the stories through the poems, and I'm hoping to self-publish that in 2023 and see where that goes. See if people want to pay me money for what I have worked through in therapy and turned into art.
That's brilliant though. That is such a cool, like, yeah, to be able to turn something into any fucking art, to create anything is always an incredible feat. So no, that's really cool. You'll have to, you'll have to give us a shout when you publish that. I'm looking forward to it.
Oh, I will. I'll be spamming you. I like share my
That's-
link, share my link, share my link.
Don't you worry.
Hands delivering it through your door.
I'll be there sharing it like fuck. So okay, I know that this side of it's probably a wee bit steeper, so I'm actually going to pause the game. So you obviously have had direct kind of experience with Gallup services, and I'm wondering if you can maybe go into that a little bit.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So I think the first thing I wanted to say about Gallup was I think it took me 5 times of phoning and then hanging up the minute someone answered before I actually worked up the courage to say a single thing. And I think a lot of people might find it really difficult to reach out, and that's not, you're not alone if you feel that way. And it is probably the hardest step, is that first reaching out. But honestly, I'm so thankful for working up the courage, sitting on my bed in tears, holding my phone. Uh, and yeah, it's quite bizarre of that's where I've come um, from realizing something was wrong to putting that first step of action into plan. It's the hardest step for anyone out there, I think, would agree, is having to realize that you do need help. And I'm sure everyone who knows me will shout at me because I am possibly the worst person at accepting help. Um, but you know, it's process, and I'm very thankful for making that first step. And I know you were there for a lot of those beginning steps of realizing overt abuse is happening and that it's not your fault, and knowing that you're not alone and people care. I remember crying myself to sleep every night and joining the live streams because that was the one time you'd hear someone say your name and be happy to hear you. Um, to working up the courage to say to people, you know, hey, I need advice. What's happening here? And then to contacting Galop. And Galop, honestly, I cannot emphasize this enough for everyone who has donated. It means the world to me because I know reaching out for that absolutely saved my life. And I know that sounds very cliche, and I'm choking up already. I
You're
apologize in
fucking getting
advance.
me. What you doing? Fuck's sake, Harley. Fuck.
Blame my therapist. They've been working with me. It's taken me 2 years to learn that it's okay to cry. So now I'm inflicting it on the stream.
Yeah.
But it is okay, you know, to have emotion. Um, I have complex PTSD. I grew up in a difficult household, and it really skews your radar. So reaching out for help was really hard, because you're just so used to being treated badly and you don't realize your worth. And Gallup and the team were just amazing. I was so at ease. They let when I went for in-person referrals and help, they let my friend, the wonderful Saga, who may be lurking, Saga, came with me for moral support. I once saw a cat right outside as I was going in, which was just like such a good omen of just like, oh, there's a cat that just hangs out here. um, and going there, and I know it's been mentioned, and I'm sure the Gallup team will reiterate this, is there's no force. If you don't want to go to the police, nobody's going to force you. Nobody's going to pressure you. Nobody is going to shame you. Because as someone who has studied Scots law as part of my degree, I know this system isn't always the best. What helped me with my experience was action plans, and risk assessments, and it's quite a strange experience doing risk assessments or something that you once thought was going to make you very happy and something that you thought was good in your life. But it was a very useful tool, for me to take on and to realize that many things slip under the radar with that covert abuse of they seem very, very small when it's happening. And it sounds crazy to say them out loud to someone, like, you know, like, this sounds crazy, you know, they just forgot, you know, they didn't mean to, it was an accident. You know, there's always excuses and you start to believe them. And having a professional who can say, no, this is the pattern, this is the same pattern, everyone does, and you've not done anything wrong. And doing this experience of when you're still in that situation and you're with Gallup, you know, they did talk over with the legal system. They went in so much detail with me on things like restraining orders, what it would be like if I did go to the police, told me everything, gave me advice on packing a go bag, to keep by your door if you need to get out. And it's definitely advice that I would pass on to people. If you ever do find yourself in these situations, reach out to someone and make a plan. One that I had was I had a specific emoji that I would send to my friends that if I felt I was in danger, they would then phone me if I sent that emoji. And just things like that you can adapt with your own group, your own situation. It can be something so small of just, you know, a code word and then your friend phones you and keeps you through it. it really can make a difference, and it gives you that little bit of power back of I am not completely defenseless. I can do this. Um, though it is difficult, and I wouldn't say anything otherwise to people. It is very, very difficult when you find yourself in that situation, but I cannot emphasize enough to reach out. And hell, even if you don't feel brave enough or ready to reach out to somewhere like Gallup, reach out to friends, reach out to community groups, just wherever you can, because it can be a genuine 100% lifesaver.
Thanks very much for sharing that, Harley. I do have a couple of questions, if that's okay.
Oh yeah, ask away. Let me take a quick drink of more coffee.
That's no worries. So no, thanks very much for sharing that. It's like really good to hear from someone. I think, like, for a lot of people who are maybe watching this stream at the moment, like it's always good to hear from people who've through the like gone through needing the services that a charity like Gallup provide. Um, Obviously, it can be quite a difficult thing to like recount because you're actually then talking about the experiences and what led up to you contacting a service like that in the first place. But also, like, it helps kind of raise awareness into the kind of really frontline, like, solid work that Gallup do. Um, so Harley, I suppose maybe you could touch just a wee bit more on like that initial phone call with Gallup, and you don't need to go into the circumstances that led up to it, but like um, Gallup's kind of like process. When you had that initial call, who did you speak to? I'm wondering if you could maybe just touch on that a wee bit more, if that's okay.
Yeah, I'll give as much detail as I can. I will be honest with the ADHD and how dissociated I was for so much of that time period. Um, some details are a little bit fuzzy for me. Um, I remember on the phone call, the first little while was kind of just letting me know that I wasn't alone. Letting me know that it was okay. I cried a lot. Um, I I think that was what was important for me, and what made me stay on the line was my feelings were validated. It wasn't some NHS have a cup of tea and a hot bath
Mm,
nonsense. You know, it was someone holding that space for me to have the emotion I needed to have the reaction I needed to have, because it had been so pent up. And that was a huge help. And then from there, just discussing what would help me, what were the next steps. Um, and again, I'm not gonna lie, a lot of that time is very fuzzy for me and very dark for me. So I couldn't tell you the specific steps. I'm sure Gallup will be able to come on later and firm those details up.
sure.
That is the unfortunate thing about trauma. It does fuck with your brain a little bit.
Mm,
Um, and then going to the centre I got on referred to, which was in Glasgow, it was accessible to get to. Everyone was very friendly. Gender pronouns respected. There was no, you know, oh, well, maybe you just think you're queer because you're traumatized. You're just trans because you don't want to be a woman anymore because women experience these violences. It was just, okay, you are who you say you are, and this is the problem that you're having, and we are here to help you with that. A lot of paperwork, uh, it's not like the DWP kind of thing. You get shoved a letter and tell to deal with it. They sat with me, they went through it, they explained it to me, take it all in my time. There was never any rush. And I went to a few different sessions in person speaking to people, and they told me, like, here's the number, call whenever you need to. And I think I did call back a couple of different times, at times when I was having a lot of panic and anxiety, just so that I could talk to someone and just be, that what I always come back to of that time was an old journal entry that I forgot I had written, where I just repeated so much of, I'm scared. And I think
mm,
there's some stigma And there's some shame in us saying we're afraid. Um, but I think it can be powerful to take that back and say, yeah, I was afraid, but that wasn't my fault. That doesn't reflect on me. That doesn't reflect on anyone who's been made to feel that way by someone, especially if it's by someone you cared about and someone who was supposed to care about you. And honestly, that was the biggest thing with Gallup was the validation, the open door kind of thing. There was no, you have a time limit, you will be better by then, you will be done by then. It was all in my own time. They helped me through a lot of things. They helped me realize a lot of things, talk to me about how abuse can manifest. Like in a lot of relationships, this was news to me and might be educational for some people, is there is a high rate of when a relationship ends, the abuse actually increases if you have not gotten out of that relationship. If you are still near those people, when a relationship of any kind breaks down, it can worsen. Things like if you ask someone who is abusing you to stop doing certain things, that is fuel for them to keep doing it. And lots of education on that kind of thing that we would do regular, weekly, if not bi-weekly. Again, timelines are very difficult for me. Um, they did the weekly regular risk assessments with me. How are you feeling mentally here? How are you feeling safety? How are you feeling with the friends who are safe for you right now? And they also taught me that abuse doesn't just come from romance or relationships or family. It can come from platonic people too. It can come from your friends. If, for example, totally not a real example, you called out your abuser and said that you needed help, and people, instead of listening to you, all took their side and isolated you and gaslit you and sent nasty messages when you try and talk about it anonymously on the internet, that is also abuse. And that was an eye opener for me. And I think learning those things was so invaluable for who I am now. I'm not going to take shit because I've been taught the warning signs for people who will hurt you and take advantage of you. And now I'm just like, I will shut it down at the first sign of it. I will make my boundaries heard, and fuck it if people don't like it. I'm at
Yeah.
that point now, and it has taken me a while. I'm at that point now where I do finally feel able to talk about this so publicly. Um, Probably hear my voice. I am a little bit on edge, but I'm doing it. My therapist approves. We had a good chat about it. Yeah, it's good to just maybe not put a face because I'm just on call, but put a voice to someone who has been through the system and who's come out the other side. And I've went from that person who was crying alone every night, feeling so isolated, the person who may or may not have hired a moving van through a friend and packed everything up at like 6 in the morning to stealthily get out, to the person now who is currently surrounded by people who love me and thriving in my career, and a so much stronger person than where I was. And it can feel impossible in those times. I know that I never thought I would get here. I I just thought, this is it. This is my life, and especially for people who know what it's like to go through repeated trauma. Um, and I had been told, and I ended up believing for so long, if you've been abused multiple times, it's probably something you're doing. And that fucked me up a little bit. But it's bullshit. Excuse my language, but I'm gonna swear. It's bullshit. And anyone who tries to tell you abuse is your fault, fuck them. Fuck them. If you need someone to step in, if someone's telling you that bullshit, I'm in iServer. I will stick up for anyone. If anyone needs someone to talk to, you can at me. I've been through it. I know what it's like. the amount of bullshit I have heard, and I believed, believing that I was a bad person for being disabled, believing that I owed people certain acts because of being in a relationship with them, accepting lower standards because you feel so low about yourself, feeling like you did something wrong by speaking out about your abuse, believing that if someone threatens with hurting themselves because you're talking about it, having that on your conscience, it's all bullshit at the end of the day. And it says more about those people than it will ever say about you. So anyone starts that, do not believe it. And I know it's easier said than done because, God, it's been years and I am still going through intense therapy to work through it. If it's one thing that people can take away, is just whenever someone tries saying that shit, just hear my voice going, bullshit, bullshit.
I think I heard Keith laughing in the background there as well.
Yeah, that was a little Keith giggle for you.
Ah, good. Harley, thanks, thanks so much for like going into that, because I know this must be like it can be incredibly stressful, like saying stuff like this. So it's massively appreciated. There's a couple of things that I really liked what you said there. I mean, I liked all of it, but I mean, like, there's a couple of things that like kind of stood out, and I think like one of the things about like it's okay to be like afraid. I think that's like quite a nice message, because I'd say that like see like like people a lot of the time kind of see like bravery or like courage as like people who like never experience like fear or like being afraid, when like the reality is it's actually people who do experience that and like acknowledge that they're afraid and are then able to like make kind of proactive decisions on the back of it. And obviously, like the proactive decisions don't need to entirely be like self motivated. You can have friends and you can have like a support group beside you. But like I'd say like what you did in contacting Gallup was incredibly brave, because you were in a situation where you knew something had to change and you took that step. So I'd say, it's like acknowledging your your fear to a certain degree is actually the bravest thing you could have done in that scenario.
Oh, absolutely. And as a trans masculine individual, you get sometimes a lot of pressure of, if you want to pass, you've got to be a man, TM, you got to be tough. And then sometimes you'll get the opposite bullshit. Or a totally theoretical example, someone tells you that you shouldn't cry because crying is an AFAB manipulation tactic.
Oh,
It,
Jesus
it
fucking
can
Christ.
totally theoretical. Um, just a please do not send me angry messages. Please do not yell at me. This is all definitely theoretical. Um, and yeah, it can be really complicated as a trans person to navigate how gendered trauma, abuse, mental health can be sometimes. And, for anyone out there, but especially anyone who feels the pressure of, be manly, be tough, there is no such thing as a bad emotion. There is no such thing as an emotion you should not experience. Even if it's something like anger, jealousy, sadness, they are what keeps you safe. Your brain gives you these emotions to process things. And sadness, fear, anger, sometimes when you're dealing with trauma, they don't make you any less. And learning how to manage them is such a useful tool, and talking to professionals like Gallup who can reiterate these things over and over again, that you're okay to be scared, you're okay to be sad, you are okay to be angry that people have hurt you. And it really is, and I'm probably saying it over and over again, but it really made such a difference for me in how low I was before I got help. And genuinely, it makes me so emotional seeing people raise this money and spread the word, because again, it is absolutely life changing and life saving. And if you're ever thinking that you need to contact someone, I can recommend Gallup. That they are worth talking about. and honor your feelings, whatever they are, and don't be afraid to tell people about them.
Sorry, I was leaving a couple more unless you wanted to say any more. No, like that's like Harley. Like I don't want to like redig up anything that you've said by asking more questions on it. If that's
Oh no, ask away, ask away. Like I
um,
said, had a whole session on Thursday with my therapist discussing this, discussing how I was feeling. I have prepped it with my therapist. I'm able to text them if I need anything. So I am in a good space for talking about this, and I will definitely tap out if anything I don't feel comfortable talking about. So ask away, and I will see what I can give you for information.
no, that's cool. I mean, okay, so first question, right? And this isn't related to anything that you've just said, but some person's just very kindly donated 20 quid. So would you like to choose the next minging jelly baby that I'm?
Oh
They didn't
God,
they didn't
yes.
they didn't specify what jelly baby they wanted me to eat, so I'm gonna give that to you.
Oh, excellent,
Um,
excellent. Right, what flavors have we got? Remind me.
yeah, that's fine. We've got earwax, we've got vomit, we've got dirt, we've got soap, we've got booger, sausage, earthworm, rotten egg, black pepper, and grass.
Ooh, so many tempting decisions.
And
And
t-
I have never been so grateful that it's not me.
oh
I think I've got to be evil and go with rotten egg.
fucking hell, man! That's the worst. It's like the actual worst one. And Talesian's just donated 50 quid, so Talesian, you also get to choose a fucking minging. shitty- Can't believe I'm getting to eat rotten egg again. I've got any fucking water next to me. It sucks.
Mwahaha, 'tis all part of my evil plan.
It's actual. It's like a fucking hell, Harley. Blech. Blech. Not
It's
fuck.
even funnier because with my ARFID, like I would be crying if someone tried to make me eat any kind of jelly bean flavor.
Oh.
So I'm just sat here like, I'll just inflict it on I instead.
Oh fuck! That's so bad, man.
You are so welcome.
Jesus. Right, Talesian, you're up next. What jelly bean flavour are you giving me? Fuck. Oh, Harley, fuck's sake.
This is how I say thank you for those halloumi fries you bought me.
You're never,
Rotten
you're
egg.
never, ever, ever gonna let me fucking forget those fucking halloumi fries.
It was a good day. And for anyone who doesn't know, the first time I met up with at an independence rally, we went to a Spoons, and this was around the time I was pretty low, and also pretty skint. And I bought me halloumi fries, and I was like, "Oh, how much do I owe you? Are they not? They're not too expensive." And I was just like, they could be £1,000,000, and it'd still be worth it for you, Harley. He's a
Right,
big
so-
softie,
yeah,
everyone.
yeah,
He's a big
nah,
softie.
nah, get yourself to fuck. Do you have any nice ones there? No, they're all terrible. That's part of the kind of punishment thing. The nicest one so far has been the grass one. Ones that I haven't tried are black pepper. Yeah, we've not had any black pepper ones. The only one that we've not had is been black pepper. Franco Dragons, thanks very much for the hydrate. I will probably have to refill my water once I'm done speaking to Harley. Right, I'll have the black pepper one, then we can continue, Harley.
Black pepper and rotten eggs. What a combination.
Oh, black pepper's fucking fine. I like pepper. That's not a horrible one. It's just it tastes the same as like my soup would taste, because I normally just fucking crack black pepper all over it.
Oh yeah, that's the only time I can have pepper is in my soup. But I'm the world's pickiest eater, so don't ask me too many questions about food. People will be judging me, cancelling me for how I eat my noodles. You just don't want to know.
Now, AyeforScotland is saying now we need to plot some good combos. That's right. For £40, I'll eat 2 of them at the same time.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting.
Right. So yeah, Harley, on like again, don't want you to like sift through like kind of everything that you've just like talked about, but from like I'll ask the general question I've been asking everyone of like the importance to have like LGBT specific like support services. And you know, like obviously you were in a situation where there was abuse involved. Um, like what was the like what was the driver for you to contact like Galop? I don't want to pit any organization over another one here, but like there was a reason you contacted Galop. Um,
Yeah, so I think me it was I wanted someone who was LGBT focused. You know, I love how inclusive so many places are getting. There's always that worry of an afterthought, and having someone like an organization that was specifically focused on LGBT people meant that, first of all, I didn't have to worry about going in and being misgendered because all this happened before I started transitioning. I just had an absolutely horrific haircut, but that's just a trans rite of passage. Um, you know, someone that would understand the nuances of a queer relationship, someone that would understand my reluctance to report to the police because of obviously we know how queer people are treated by the police, and I am a believer in reform, and I would much rather people helped the person that put me through that to change rather than just, you know, put them on trial and have it be splashed all over the newspapers. And also somewhere how to word this. Sometimes there's a bit of this idea in the LGBT community that our relationships are always perfect because we feel like we need to represent ourselves as perfect to prove to the people that call us predators, that call us groomers, that call us all sorts of bullshit. We feel like we have to always be the complete opposite of that. And to
mm,
have a space to say, I was in a non straight relationship and I was traumatized, I was abused, which is still hard to say sometimes, um, and not feel like I have to justify myself with, but not all people are like this in our community, I promise. Please
mm,
don't be homophobic because of this. Please don't be transphobic because of this. I didn't have that worry that the respect for identities would be conditional. Because at the end of the day, no matter what I went through, I'm not going to use that as an excuse to be a bigot, and I don't want anyone else to do that either. So having somewhere that I knew would respect that part was, I think, a big point for me of just regardless of what happened, I want the relationship to be respected on the same level a straight relationship of a cis het couple would be respected.
no, I think that's yeah. I think you've touched on something that I feel like I kind of like subconsciously kind of like knew in regards to, you know, there is almost this like pressure for people in non-straight relationships to it's almost like you're like you're an ambassador for for it
Yeah,
when like
exactly.
when you know there's the like I mean to be honest it's a shame that that's a certain expectation because it like it makes it sound like well all straight relationships are fine, therefore if it was a real relationship then it would also be absolutely fine. We all know that there's plenty of fucking straight relationships out there that are toxic and shite, so like it's
Yeah,
weird
I've been
to
in some of
then
them beforehand.
yeah so it's weird to have this expectation on like a non-straight relationship because that doesn't make any sense. um
Yeah.
but you know I think like I can see like it must have been good to be able to like talk to like I think this is the kind of stuff that Lenny was talking on right at the start was like it's good to talk to the community that you know, they might not have experienced your exact thing, but they'll be aligned with you more. And I think it's something that Mriddle touched on earlier as well, when it comes to like you're not you might not have like perfectly aligned experiences, but there's less of a there's less of an onboarding process in trying to get people to understand, because you're like speaking to someone from your community that has an idea of what like you're going through, or like at least you won't need to describe and like become the teacher to someone
Yeah.
who you're hoping will then support you, if you get me.
Oh, absolutely. Especially when you are in a really vulnerable, difficult situation. The last thing you want is to have to go in, be vulnerable, and then be like, okay, so yeah, the reason I use they, them pronouns is,
Yeah.
so having that burden taken out of the equation definitely is so useful, that you don't have to worry that identities will be ignored. You know, you don't have to worry about someone just defaulting and assuming, you know, gendered roles and abuse that so often come up. So yeah, I definitely found Gallup very, very useful for that, of just a place where you're respected in a very vulnerable moment of your life.
No, that's really good. Um, I believe there's been a couple of more donations since then, which means more fucking eggs, beans. Um, Kishiro and Staten Island System, you have both decided to inflict jelly bean hell on me, as well as an anonymous person who's
Yes.
donated 10, which means I get to take it out of the roulette bowl, which means there's to be honest, it's a 50-50 chance that it's going to be shite. So let's find out.
I like them odds.
What do you think? I'm going to have whatever this one is. It's kind of like weird and pink, which doesn't bode well. Get in. It's Tutti Frutti. Fucking nice.
Hey, just a pity that one was beforehand. Could have kept that as a palate
It would
cleanser.
have been a palate cleanser. Oh, Kashiro's went in there with grass. Bluer Lights, alright, think I'm going to call it a night. Big thanks to everyone, great conversations. Thank you very much, Bluer Lights. It's been an absolute pleasure having you in stream. Hope to see you again soon. Whether it's this stream later on or whether it's on another one. Thanks very much for joining.
Oh, yep. Thank you for everyone who's joining. But don't exhaust yourself
Yeah.
staying up. You know, please rest. Don't take after me. I'm being pointed at.
I was going to say...
I will also rest, I promise.
We suffer because you don't have to. Right. So I've got grass to eat, which is fine. Do I have another one? I think Staten Island System is there. I'm not sure if they're in chat though. Go outside and actually eat some grass. Isn't that really bad for you? To kind of like fuck your teeth up like permanently? I think there's like a substance and like a chemical thing in grass. If you actually try and eat grass as a human, our teeth, like, no, I'm not joking. It's really bad. I'm not. Don't tell. You can't.
Don't know what to do with this knowledge.
You know what?
I want to eat grass now.
You know what? Keith, fucking go for it, right? Just you go for it. That's a
Up
dog,
made of
Dylan.
hot
That's
grass.
a dog. Right, fuck off. I'm testing this. Can humans eat grass? Right, I can't believe you're making me Google this live on my stream.
We are getting into the tough conversations on this stream. And humans eat
right.
grass.
Human stomachs cannot digest hard raw leaves and grass easily. But I'm pretty sure I saw something that can like permanently fuck your teeth up.
To be fair, I can't digest lactose easily, and that does not stop me.
Okay, Lego's just flagged in saying Staten Island says vomit jelly bean, for fuck's sake.
Yes. Torture.
Right, okay, so long as
friend.
after this I'm allowed to go and refill my water, is that okay? Because I've got no water to like wash it down with, so it's just It's just disgusting now. I
Oh,
don't think
please get a drink.
it's just like ugh. Like it's gonna be horrible. This is gonna be I hope you know this sucks, right? Like this right here, this little bastard, this bastard is gonna
I'm
ruin my life.
definitely feeling your pain. I am not sitting with a massive grin at all.
It's fucking. It's like the worst thing about it is it's like vomit adjacent, right? So it doesn't taste like vomit that you've just vomited. You know when you have like when you've been sick after like a night out or whatever, and you can
Yeah, I know.
I feel like this is not the sexiest conversation to be having on the stream, but like it's like adjacent to that. It's like could I learn to love this taste? No, I couldn't. This is horrible. I hate this.
That was such a vivid description. Thank you so much.
Well, if I have to taste it, you have to listen to my
I
description of
was
it.
really on the journey there with you.
Man, it was an experience. It's not even a spiritual one. It's just a fucking hazardous one. Right, I am gonna go and refill my water. Are you okay to hold down the fort, Harley?
Oh yeah, I'll see if anyone has any questions they want to throw at me in the chat while you go and hydrate yourself.
Thanks. I'll be back shortly. We're 13:45 through. That's not bad. Right, I'll see you all in a second.
The Harley takeover now. Actually, have a look at the chat. I've not been looking because with my ADHD, I would have gotten distracted. Keith, all our evil plans are about inflicting horrible jelly beans on I. That is all my plans have been for. Oh, a dance party. You should be glad that I am not on webcam because I am dyspraxic and I am the stereotypical white person dancer. I have no rhythm. Nobody wants to see me do a dance party. You will hear it when I'm knocking about 10 things over in Keith's house. Just clattering ASMR. Oh, what iced coffee do I drink? I should be an honorary brand representative. But okay, I can't talk. There's all the iced coffee manifesting. I drink the pre-made caramel iced lattes by Arctic Coffee. I'm not supposed to drink coffee technically, but I have drank about 5. Don't tell I that when he comes back. I am the stereotypical gay who drinks iced coffee. No, Keith, you are not telling. I know where you live. Just catching up. I've not been looking at the chat until now, so I will scroll back up and see what everyone has been saying. Outside therapy, what other coping mechanisms do you have? So I have a lot because I have ADHD and I bounce from thing to thing. One of my biggest, as I mentioned, was writing. I did my HNC in creative writing, my HND, and part of my BA in journalism. So I've kind of always been a writer, but even if you're not a creative writer, it's definitely cathartic of even just a journal of just getting your thoughts out there. Something I discovered as well during the pandemic was art for the sake of art, silly little cringy Venn art pieces that made me feel like I was 14 again. They were so cathartic. Honestly, I don't post them anywhere. I don't show them to anyone, but God, they definitely helped. And of course, video gaming. I do not even want to know how many hours I have logged in Animal Crossing from the pandemic. But definitely creativity stuff is my biggest coping mechanism, which is what I turned into an anthology of poems, if that does not sound incredibly up my own arse, which follow the theme of poems I wrote while in the situation I was in, as I was leaving it, and as I was healing from it, and they kind of tell that story through very loose form poetry that hopefully will be coming to a post box near you. And that was definitely very cathartic and definitely a great coping mechanism for me. And getting to share that with people. I have performed a couple of them, and getting to share that with people and turning the worst part of my life into something that people could relate to, that people could enjoy, that people could share was such a big thing for me. And there is I back. Hello.
I didn't want to interrupt, so I'll just
That was
shut
me
my
just rambling. I
face.
was catching up on the chat while you were gone.
Nice. They behaving?
Oh, absolutely. Everyone was on their best behavior always. I would never say a bad word against them.
I was gonna say I don't fucking believe you. Not one bit.
I would never lie about that. I
No, that's good. Yeah. So what are we talking about? You were talking about. I saw Bethesda in chat. I saw Animal Crossing as well.
Oh yeah.
What I miss?
Someone was asking about coping mechanisms outside of seeking therapy, and of course, video games was one of them for me.
Oh hell yeah.
Which it's one of the things I disliked about therapy with the NHS was an old therapist told me I shouldn't consider video games a hobby and I should ignore that. And I was just like, okay, well, fuck this, I'm away.
What?
I did not go back to that therapist. I was like, fuck this, CBT's not for me.
Oh man, that's like, to be honest, that's so like disheartening to hear, because like for like I don't know, I feel like no one can take my like video games away from me. I think I'd generally get more depressed if I didn't play like a game once every day.
Oh,
Like,
honestly.
and I think, to be honest, I actually think it's perfectly reasonable to have like that kind of like coping mechanism. I don't know, like, I mean, video games are such a, I don't even want to say, like, they're not like a crutch or anything for me, but like they mean so much to just like how I kind of mentally decompress each day.
Oh, definitely.
Like, I can't imagine like someone being like, oh yeah, see the video games that you play, and you know, like you've met like nearly all your friends from like doing it. Maybe stop doing that. It's not a real hobby. It's like, what the fuck?
If it brings you joy, it brings you joy.
Exactly.
And sometimes it brings joy to the stream. The
Yeah,
person.
literal joy. We have had way too much fun with that. Joy must be sick of that, like that just joke being, that one joke that we've got being bandied about all the fucking time. Just like, ah, god damn it. It's like,
Can't
yes,
stop, won't stop.
can't stop, won't stop. Exactly.
Yeah. I'm aware I have shared for quite a while, so I don't know if there's any last
Yep.
hashtag heavy questions before we get some more people jumping in and out from
Yeah.
you or the chat.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I'm good on my questions because I think you provided loads and loads of detail and answers in your original kind of talk. So, I'm good on that side. Any last questions from chat? I'm wondering. We've obviously got a couple of people who can jump back on, but I know that Keith hasn't been on yet. Would Keith like to join? You don't have to if you really hate me, but it's fine.
Oh, if only we had webcams for Keith's expressive face. For those who don't know, me and Keith live in the same town, and I have terrible Wi-Fi, so I am hijacking Keith's house for good Wi-Fi, so I can be here and talk everyone's ear off and get cuddles, of course.
Lego
Have a
then.
good hug after this.
Good, I'm glad. Lego and then Keith's the plan. Excellent, that's good. Oh, Harley, there is a question. What would you say to someone maybe thinking they need help from people like Galop but scared to ask?
So I think the first thing I would say again is it is absolutely okay to be scared, and you are not alone. If there is anyone out there who knows this feeling and hasn't reached out for help, you know, it doesn't matter how much time has passed. It doesn't matter if you're still in that situation. You can get through it, and you deserve help. No matter how scared you feel, no matter how bad you feel about yourself, you deserve help. You deserve better, and you deserve support through anything that you have experienced. And Gallup is one of those places that you can go to get that support. And like me, it's okay if you need to phone and then hang up the minute someone answers 5 times like I did. That's okay. No, take your time. It is such a big step. And even just thinking about it, and you think that first thought of maybe I need help, appreciate that you've got to that point. Appreciate every tiny step you can take. Be kind to yourself. Be compassionate to yourself. Love yourself the way you deserve to be loved, and it'll be a process. That first small step, in a few years' time, you will look back the way I look back now, and you will just hug your past self and say thank you for making that step. Which sounds possibly so new age hippie, but it is genuinely how I feel through the therapy and support I've got. So often I can picture my past self, and it is such an amazing feeling to be able to look back and thank yourself for getting through that. And you can get through that. Absolutely anyone here who's dealt with that, you can get through it. You will get through it. People care about you, and you deserve anything and everything in the world. And if you take that first step and call Gallup, I guarantee you that I will be out here feeling proud of you for taking that first step. And then in a few years' time, you will be looking back and feeling proud of yourself for taking that first step.
Brilliant. Thank you very much, Harley. Of course, you're more than welcome to hop back on the stream, like, whenever. So, like, I know you might want to take a wee bit of a mental break just after.
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go have a little
nap.
cheeky nicotine break.
Okay, that's fine. I was gonna say
Don't
nap.
smoke,
nap,
children. You know,
nap.
if we reach the next goal, I will go to the pharmacist and buy a quit smoking kit. There you go. There's your next stretch goal.
Yes. Okay, now we have to do it. Now we have to do it.
To be fair, we're only like
We're
80,
very close to it.
yeah, we're like 80 quid off.
Yeah.
There
So
we
I'm
go.
gonna go take a little decompression break, and I will join you shortly. And I will scroll back up at the chat and see what everyone said. I've not ignored anyone. I just have ADHD, and if I looked at it while I was talking, I would make 0 sense. So thank you all for listening. Thank you, thank you to all our speakers. I will be back. I love you all.
Thank you so much, Harley, and I'll see you in the chat soon.
See you soon.
Hello, Lego.
Sorry, I just had hello.
Right, one wee thing I'm gonna do because like for some reason your mic is like insanely good, so I'm gonna dial you down a little bit just because you're like.
Totally,
super-
go ahead.
Yeah, you're it's a good loud. Don't worry. It's just like, how are you doing? How's life?
I'm doing okay. I've got my cat sitting by me.
Excellent.
And she's very sweet. Although she's still new in our house and she's getting used to me. She's 8 years old.
Oh.
We rehomed her, so she doesn't like me very much at the moment because we only got her a month ago.
Nice.
But I get to look at her, and she's very cute.
Jessica
So
has
that's
shared
nice.
some pictures of me. Very, very cute looking cat.
Yeah, well, I've got it's funny now. We have I live with 5 other people because there's nothing wrong with Vancouver's housing market.
Yeah.
And collectively as a household, we have 4 cats.
Oh, brilliant. We just so basically you need one more cat and then you'll be an equal cat person household.
Oh no, well, 2 more.
Okay.
Because
Oh.
there's six people in the house.
Oh, sorry, it's
Again-
sorry. It's you and five others. Yeah.
Yeah, the housing market, everything's going great.
That's fine. So I'm
Yeah.
wondering, just for maybe the people who aren't who are like maybe just joining chat, do you want to maybe give a wee introduction?
Yeah. So you can call me Lego. I always feel silly saying it out loud.
That's fine.
I've kind of been around in Ice community since I think it was probably January 2019. It was either December 2018 or January 2019. I can't remember. When I first joined your Discord server.
Yeah.
Um,
It's been a good
and
time.
so yeah, it's been a long time.
Yeah, there's a lots
and-
have happened since you've joined.
Yeah, no. And so on every 24-hour charity stream so far, at some point I have just hopped on to chat. So if you've seen the other ones, I've always popped on when it's been late and most people have been asleep. Last year, I was at a psychiatric facility. I had checked in the day before, and I called in on Discord to chat during the charity stream. So that's something that I always think about when I'm reminiscing about that stream. Is oh yeah, I just gotten out of the hospital, right?
you were just that fucking dedicated.
Yeah, no, I remember I was sitting in the psych ward. And I was feeling so bad because the internet was terrible, and I was like, "Oh no, what if I miss the stream? I want to watch the stream." and then I was at the facility, and the Wi-Fi was just god awful, but I still managed to watch some.
You did.
So that was, yeah. Yeah, I guess that's kind of the main place. If people in the Discord server. I'm a monitor in there. That's kind of, I guess, the main thing. I also, I guess, my quote-unquote creative career, I am a musician. I'm a singer-songwriter under, not yet my legal name, it will be my legal name. I do, I release songs under my name, Jacob Zellman. I'll send a Twitter link or something later.
Please do.
I do sort of lo-fi indie folk acoustic stuff. I've only released a couple of songs right now, but that's my goal career-wise, is to put out more music and stuff like that. And otherwise, I just hang out online. Hello Lovely Scientist says, Lego was a good friend to me when I first joined Eye's World. Well, you were also a very good friend to me, Hello Lovely Scientist. We've had some very good conversations that were really helpful over the years.
I'm glad that
And also...
I can just lean back. I'll just let you, just keep talking, please. Yeah.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I'm mostly just here to chit-chat and bring a little bit of, I suppose, lightness in between, because Harley was talking about some heavy stuff, and that was very, it wasn't a bad thing, but, lightening the mood a little bit.
No, that's absolutely fine. I mean, first of all, can I just say thank you so much for, busting your arse, pretty much all day, or since you got up, in regards to the moderation on this thing, because I'm just so folk actually understand, the backstage of this is a world of its own, right? We have a Discord server with all of the speakers in it. It's been busy since Tuesday of this week, and the chats, the jokes, the laughs, the making sure everyone's mic's okay, all of that has been managed by the kind of fantastic back of house team. who all deserve their turn in jumping on and chatting to me on the microphone. They are keeping me sane, but like to put it extremely bluntly, like none of this would be happening if I didn't have that team behind me. So I just want to completely stress with that, like, you know, thank you so much, Lego, for like the work that you're doing in that
of course.
regard.
I'm just really happy that I could help out with it this time around, because being like previous years and previous streams, just watching from a viewer end, it was always just such a good time, and I always really enjoyed watching and engaging, and so I'm really happy.
And now you know what a chaotic fucking mess it is in the background. There you go, that's it. That's
exactly.
Now level up. Now
I know. You know, I was at work the other day, and it was I'm a receptionist for my day job, and it was pretty slow, so I had our little schedule spreadsheet open in an incognito window, and I was like filling stuff out and moving things around, because I don't know, it was kind of fun. I like doing organizational things, and it was very slow at work that day, so I was like, I'm gonna get something done.
Nice. No, it's yeah. There's a shitload of work that goes into it. So Lego, I'm gonna do the icebreakers. I'm sorry, no one is getting to escape now. So
yes.
From your side, like, what is something that you're particularly proud of doing this year? And what is something that you would like to do next year? And you're not allowed to say your music stuff because you've already mentioned that. So you've got to say something. Yeah, I know.
I totally would have gone with that.
I know. And the thing is, you would have said music stuff for an achievement this year, and you would have said you want to do more music stuff next year. You've got to change it now.
Yeah. Oh no, now I need to think. Well, I know my thing for next year already. Well, it's either going to be next year or at the very end of this year. I'm going to be starting testosterone, which is very exciting. I've kind of been, I've been out as and realizing that I am kind of gender weird probably for a good 3 or 4 years now. But for a really long time, I wasn't sure if hormones were the right decision for me. And I finally kind of figured it out and made my decision. And I did the whole process of needing to be assessed by a psychiatrist so that I could be referred to an endocrinologist. And I have my first endocrinologist appointment on the 14th of December, I believe. Mm-hmm. And I'm really excited. To be clear, in Canada, you do not need to be officially diagnosed with gender dysphoria in order to start hormone replacement therapy. It is only if you are specifically wanting to see an endocrinologist for it. We have our model in Canada, or at least in my province, I don't know for sure about the other provinces because it can vary, is informed consent. So you can just say, I would like to start hormone therapy because I am trans, and you can, you'd have to go over it. But because my gender is a little weird, I don't know if people can see I've got he, her pronouns. I'm bigender, which in very, very simple terms basically means I'm a man and also a woman at the same time. And there's certain effects of testosterone that I would really like, but then there's other effects that I'm a little bit more unsure about. So I was wanting to start at a lower level than usual and do microdosing. And so I wanted to do that through an endocrinologist, just to do things a little safer. But most people don't have to do that. Like, that's not, thankfully here, it's not like a terrible exhaustive process like it is in some other places.
No, I mean, like, the informed consent in the Canadian side of things seems like the way it almost should be, right? It's like,
Yeah, no, that
alright.
is, it's like, in my opinion at least, it's kind of the best standard for healthcare at the moment, because it is, this is, you talk to your doctor, you say, I would like to do this. They say, okay, here are any potential side effects. And you say, all right, I've gone over them. I've gone over any risk, and I would like to go through with this. And then you can. And there's a lot of, as I'm sure many, many trans people and trans allies know, there's a lot of kind of emphasis on, by the right wing, there's a lot of emphasis on things like how doing hormone replacement therapy, or hell, even just socially transitioning, will do some sort of irreversible damage to young trans individuals. And that's just really not the case. And that's really not, like I'm not going to lie and say that HRT is fully reversible, but a lot of the effects of it are, because if you stop taking testosterone, if you stop taking estrogen, and your body goes back to the normal hormonal levels from before you started taking it, some of the effects will have gone away. Like certain things, like if your voice lowers, that's not something that will change, but like muscle growth, things like breast growth, if you're on estrogen, like those things will stop, or like revert. And it's not as big of a thing as everyone seems to make it, where you're still, like, where you take it and then there's no going back. The first second you ever inject testosterone into your body, you grow a full beard, and your tits fall off, and and it's just not, it's not true. Does HRT still fall into the free healthcare? I believe so. So it's complicated. Basically, again, this is in my province. We've got 10 of them and 3 territories, so the healthcare is going to vary a little bit. Most medical procedures are covered by the province, so that's things like doctor's appointments, surgeries, referrals, x-rays and CAT scans and stuff like that. But in terms of prescription medication specifically, you usually need to pay, or you can apply to get coverage. So, like, for example, I get coverage from Pharmacare for my antidepressants and for my mood stabilizers. And every year I have to apply to the government and say, I'm making below this amount of income, and I need, without these medications, I will not be able to work or function. I take it to my doctor, and my doctor signs for it, and we send it to the province, and the province says, okay, sure thing, your medication is covered. But it does depend on the medication. Like, for example, my ADHD medication is not covered by the government. I believe that testosterone and progesterone and spironolactone and all of those things are, but I'm not 100% sure, because I have not personally gone through the process of getting things from a pharmacy yet. But as far as I'm aware, every single one of my roommates is a trans person, and as far as I'm aware, either they get it covered, or they make enough that they can pay for it themselves. Yeah, some ADHD medications are covered by Pharmacare. It's just that the one I'm on specifically is not, unfortunately. But it's life, unfortunately. The thing I'm really hoping for soon is they're pushing to get dental care covered universally. They're working on a bill to pass it through at the federal level, and that's very exciting.
No, that's good. And is that for all ages, or?
So right now, the bill that they're trying to get through the House is up to 12 universal dental coverage. But that's kind of their their initial thing that the NDP, which is the New Democratic Party, our sort of left-wing party, that they were pushing was universal dental care for everyone, and then kind of the step down from that was universal for up to 12.
Yeah,
and then
presumably
presumably exactly, and then that also gives you a step to move up from that.
Yeah, absolutely.
And which, fingers crossed, because oh my god, dental care is expensive. It's not as expensive as it is in the US, but it's more expensive than it is in the UK, because I have complained to like Harley and Jess and a couple of other people before about the cost of things. And then I get told, oh, you needed to get a filling in? That was like under 20 pounds. And I was, are you serious? Like
what's the sort of stuff, like what's the price wise, what's it in Canada? Is it just insane or?
So I don't have insurance, which means I pay out of pocket. Okay. I wouldn't know any statistics about insurance. I got my wisdom teeth pulled out recently. I got 3 of them removed. And I think if I might have to Google my my dentist receipt. I think it was like around $1,400.
What the fuck?
Which isn't great.
No.
It's really not fantastic.
It sounds horrible. Jesus.
Thankfully,
I didn't know it was that.
Thankfully, I really lucked out, because one of my friends works in tech, and she makes like a ton of money, and she said that she would be able to cover the cost of me getting my wisdom teeth out, which was amazing. And like if she hadn't been able to help me with that, I don't know when I would have gotten my wisdom teeth pulled. To be entirely honest. But then, like, for example, I have about 5 cavities right now, and the estimate for that is, let me see if I can find it. I'm in my email scrolling.
That's okay. No, take your time.
Okay, no, yeah. So my wisdom teeth extraction was $1,390 with an additional $50 for sedation, which is a lot.
The fuck? Yeah, that's steep.
And then I think the estimate for me to get my fillings done was $756.
Like, I mean,
yeah, it's really not great. I've been putting off. I'm not getting my fillings done yet, basically, because I'm saving up until I can do that.
Yeah, but like, what a thing to have to fucking like save for, you know? Like, people save
absurd
for a new laptop. It just seems to be like
saving
for vital medical procedures is just I hate it as a concept.
It really upsets me, because so much of, like, if something goes wrong with your teeth, it could kill you.
Yeah.
Like, if you get an infection bad enough, it can kill you. And there should be no barrier to dental care, because it's a vital part of eating, and it's just
yeah. I almost hate that it's like its own separate health thing, and it's always like, I think like here in the UK it can be quite bad, because sometimes it's like it can be seen as quite like cosmetic. Like, I mean, there's like some horror stories here where like you do have like dentists don't want to be liable for anything. Oh, sorry, I think your mic's just
Oh, sorry, that was me. I sat up, I moved my. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think it's whenever you move it slightly, there's like a crunchy sound.
Yes.
It's...
my laptop is on a blanket, so I will just stop touching it.
Right, okay. It's no worries. Like
Yeah.
it's insane that it's like it's its own separate thing, because there's some horror stories here where like dentists don't want to be liable for like any work that's been done on teeth like elsewhere. So you've got some people in the UK who are desperate to get the like veneers for like everything. So what they do is they fly to like somewhere like Turkey, and they get like all of their teeth like filed down to have the veneers fitted. And then whether it gets infected or there's problems with it, they then try and get it fixed at a dentist here, and they just refuse to touch it. They absolutely will not go near it, because they don't want to then
terrible.
like the liability. They don't want to like transfer over to it, which is just it's wild.
It's the thing that we say often is that the government treats teeth like they're luxury bones.
That's a good way of putting it.
And you know, like your teeth and your eyes are both right by your brain, and neither of them are covered under our supposed universal health care.
Yeah.
And it's just deeply unfortunate.
It doesn't.
And you know, that's
sense.
why it makes me really happy that, you know, even a bill was brought up to potentially make some dental care covered.
Yeah.
It makes such a huge difference. Yeah. Didn't mean to go on a tangent about Canadian healthcare.
about teeth. That's more than fine.
Yeah. But you know, it happens. I mean, I've had some interesting dental procedures in my life when I was under my parents' insurance. So I have a thing genetically where I'm missing 4 of my adult teeth.
Mm-hmm.
Like they just weren't there. I was born without them, and that meant that there was nothing necessarily to push the baby teeth out. And I think it's I'm missing 2 on the bottom and 2 on the top. But one of the things that I had to get done before I got braces is they had to make sure everything was kind of leveled out. So they pulled a tooth out of the top of my mouth and they transplanted it into the bottom of my mouth where I was missing an adult tooth. Which I've told people before, and nobody has ever heard of that procedure.
No,
but it is. I swear to God, that's a real thing that happened to me. I had to go to a plastic surgeon for it. It was a whole thing.
Yeah.
And I had to get it done before I could get braces.
Right. Fucking hell.
And then recently, I got my last baby tooth taken out of my mouth about a year ago. Because it was on the bottom of my mouth and there was no adult tooth underneath it, so it never got pushed out. And last September I was eating something and it broke. And that is when I went back to the dentist for the first time in 5 years, because the dentist is expensive. I didn't want to do it, but you know, tooth care is important. And I went back to the dentist and they took an x-ray. And I remember you could just see it. You had my 2 adult teeth next to it, which had their roots going down. And then basically it just looked like a little curve of bone, and the inside was black because there was nothing there, because it had slowly been like disintegrating from the inside out. But I lost my last baby tooth, and now I'm just missing a tooth on one side of the bottom of my mouth.
What the hell is this? Like,
yeah.
I must admit, I've never heard of the procedure that you went. Like,
yeah,
that is completely alien to me. Sorry, go on.
That's what they told me, at least, is what happened, is that they had to move. I assume it was an adult tooth, because it would make no sense to put a baby tooth down. But yeah, I mean, that makes sense that you would have to pay for that. But
yeah.
You know, not all of it needs to needs to be paid out of pocket, in my opinion.
No, that's fair. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you have to pick your
Yeah,
evolution table thing.
yeah, I need to do that, and also Lovely Scientist needs to tell me what jelly bean she wants me to eat.
Oh yes.
And if Lovely Scientist doesn't want to decide because she's too nice, then Lego, you can decide.
Fantastic, fantastic. When I clapped with joy just then, my cat looked up and glared at me because she was trying to sleep.
I like that. So, like, Holly Mop and Lovely Scientist want me to have a nice one. So the only
Oh, well, that's very nice.
the only nice one that I have that's in the disgusting pile is the black pepper one.
Yes, do some black pepper.
Right.
Treat yourself.
I'll do some. Yeah, it's not really a treat. Yeah. Treat yourself with the least shit bad one. I like that. Yeah.
You know, better than rotten egg.
What's my least favourite? Rotten egg has been the least favourite. Right, it's been absolutely humdinging stinking. Like, rotten egg is, I think, it's rotten egg or vomit. They're probably the two worst ones. And then...
Yeah. Now someone has to pay for you to take them both at the same time.
Well, like, see if 3 people want to, like, punish the fuck out of me, what you can do is you can donate 20 quid each, and we'll get to the 2,000 goal, which means that I think I need to put on my disco shirt, and then
Yes.
um,
And Harley needs to go to the pharmacy and buy a kit to quit smoking. That too.
yeah,
Don't
yes,
forget.
exactly. That's Harley's punishment, kind of.
Mhm.
I find it really funny.
Punishment, reward. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, I just like the game's UI is kind of funny here because, like, see at the top of the screen where you see, like, the time. So, like, I've played, like, 37 in-game days is what I've actually, like, played. And 180 years is, like, because you wait for people to give birth and then you change generation
Oh,
and stuff like that.
yeah.
Like, that's how it cycles up the years. But at the same time, like, I've evolved, like, several million years.
Mhm. No, I remember watching you stream this originally on here. It was really good and fun. Like, it was just a really good time.
Yeah, no, I loved doing it. I think, like, this is one of the best games just ever. So, like, I'm a massive fan of it. I need to. I'm not sure. Like, I'm kind of anxious. I feel like I'm maybe not getting. I'm feeling like I'm not moving fast enough, which is kind of bad. I think that to complete the game, I maybe need to fucking up my speed because we're like, well,
we gotta do the speedrun strats. Take damage to save time.
That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna do speedrun strats. We're gonna be great. Just you wait. We're gonna be flying. We're gonna be fine.
Yes. I mean, you're already basically walking upright.
Yeah, we have,
which is pretty good.
Yeah, we've unlocked bipedalism. We're like pretty good. We can like run upright. The only problem is that we can't cross the desert yet, which is a bit of a pickle.
Oh, you know what I just realized? I only did half of the icebreaker because
you didn't fucking see your
because I was like, I'm starting hormones, and then that led to a whole discussion on how terrible the Canadian healthcare system is.
That's right.
So, okay, something that I did this year that I'm oh, and it can't. Oh, now I need to think.
ADHD this stream.
Literally, oh, I can hear one of my roommates laughing at something. I've got the door open.
They're watching the stream. They're just waiting on your answer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Hi Emily, if you're watching. I gave some of my roommates the stream link, so they could be here. I don't know.
So yeah,
Oh,
something cool you did this year.
I ran a tabletop game for the first time ever, actually pretty recently.
Oh, nice.
And that was really fun. I've been playing tabletop in a group since about July, I think.
Brilliant.
A friend of mine is like, he's a professional like game master, and he runs games
wow.
as like a job, but he also runs like a friend session. So we've been doing that since
Brilliant.
July. It's going really well. It's a combination of, it's like a homebrew. It's the Quest system, but it's set in the Ravenloft domains from Dungeons and Dragons.
Cool.
And we as the players we're playing monsters that like work for an evil king, and we're on a quest
Nice.
to get him his lich's phylactery back so that he can come back to life.
Cool.
But one of our players was away. He went to Mexico for 2 weeks, and we're really close to wrapping up the campaign. So we didn't want to have the sessions without him.
Mm-hmm.
And so what we did in the 2 weeks that he was away, I was like, I read the Warrior Cats series of books when I was a little kid, and I loved them. And one of the things that I have known about them for several years now is that they came up with an official tabletop adventure game for Warrior Cats.
Oh,
and
nice.
I've always wanted to play it. So for my first ever tabletop game, I ran a adventure where all of my friends had to make cat OCs.
Oh, amazing.
And it was a really good time. I used pre-written adventures, but I was doing kind of improvising, and I was voicing characters, and it was a little bit messy, but it was also really, really fun.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah, and
I feel like messy's like part of the fun, though, isn't it?
Oh, for sure, for sure.
No,
but it was awesome. It was also really funny because out of my tabletop group, I was the only person that had read any Warrior Cats, and I had read so this is a series that has been published. It has been in publication since the late 90s, and they're still publishing new books. There's 6 books to a series. I think they're on series 7 now.
Wow.
And I read up to series 4. So I read 24 books. And then I got older and I got busy doing other things. But no one else in my tabletop group, because I'm the youngest by a little bit. Because the friend of, you get age differences among adult friends, but I'm probably at least 5 years younger, I think, than anyone else in the tabletop group. So, what I would do is we would be playing, and one of them would ask some sort of seemingly innocuous question, and then I would answer it. And they would all go, "What the fuck?" I told them there was a cat hell, and they went, "I'm sorry, what?" And I was like, "Oh yeah, the main villain of the first series died 9 times in a row because this cat named Scourge sliced him open from chin to tail with claws that were tipped by dog claws. And he was a leader, so he had 9 lives. But the wound was so great that he couldn't heal, so he just died 9 times in a row. And all the major characters in the series watched him, including his children."
Oh.
And they would go, "What the fuck?"
They took the words right out of my mouth there.
Yeah, no, it was...
Holy shit.
It was a good time. People often describe it as, Game of Thrones for kids, and it's not inaccurate. It is kind of a violent series. But I loved it as a kid.
Brilliant. Keith, do you want to pop on? I see you're in the waiting
Yeah,
room,
I was gonna say, Keith, you can jump in. You can jump in whenever.
And like
Yes.
I've still not heard your fucking next year. Or
No,
did
yeah,
you? No, you
I
answered the next year first.
I said
Sorry.
next
Yeah,
year.
yeah.
Yeah, because I couldn't. Yeah, I said next year I'm probably starting testosterone.
Okay,
And
so
this year,
that's
we're at a
peak-
tabletop game.
I was gonna say that's definitely peak ADHD then. So you answered the second half of my question first, and then
Yes.
no, that's very fair.
Hey,
Hello, Keith.
Hi.
How you doing?
Hi. I'm alright actually. I'm good. I was feeling a little bit sleepy before. But I've kind of pushed through that, that initial bout of like tiredness. We went outside for a quick little nicotine and breath of fresh air, and let me tell you, it is Baltic out there, and
Yeah.
it woke me up a bit.
Nice.
And now I'm kind of in that stage where you're like manic and sleepy.
Oh yeah.
So I'm like full of energy.
I was gonna say I've got no idea what that's like. Don't know what you're talking about.
you
I was
poor
just-
thing.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's just I need to try and figure out how to. Come on, there must be.
oh
like...
yeah, we had our first snow on Tuesday, and
nice.
the city that I live in is not accustomed to snow. We never handle snow well, even if it snows once every year. So
That's
on Twitter the other night, there were a lot of videos of cars slipping and sliding down hills.
Nice.
That's pretty
And I
much
was
how
just like,
Scotland
please-
deals with snow.
Please don't laugh at us. Technically, the biome that we are supposed to have when there's no climate change is we're a temperate rainforest. So if
Oh.
you could please not make fun of us for not being able to handle snow.
Hey,
Especially
you're saying nothing.
Especially when all of the city governments handle it really badly, It's not our fault that we drive poorly when you don't plow half the roads.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like Scotland has the same sort of, like, response to snow. Like, we'll get it maybe once a year, less so in recent times, but
Yeah.
when we
Yeah.
do get it, it's like all hell breaks loose.
The one thing that I
Yeah,
find
sure.
really funny about like I'd say kind of Scotland's approach to snow. Yeah, people who are wondering, I'm having soft apricot because I am a child.
Oh, the dried ones?
Dry-ish.
They're the ones where they're like squishy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, we call them dried apricots here. I love those so much.
Well, I would originally call them dried apricots as well, but no, Asda insists they're called soft apricots. I think it's because
They're so yummy.
I'm uncomfortable with that. Why do they call them soft?
I mean, they are technically like they're squishy.
you can put
Yeah, but-
yeah. I don't. To be honest though, squishy like no one wants to eat a squishy fruit. Like
True. That's very true.
Yeah. That just sounds unpleasant. I don't know.
here's my soft fruit. Eat some of my.
That's what they call me every so often.
Oh.
That's a mood.
Hello to lovely scientist cat, Miss Peggy.
Sorry, I'm just giggling now.
I love that.
Tundra. Fuck's sake. 10 out of
So
10.
we're reaching that portion of the
Actually,
stream.
you know one thing that I've not done, and I stupidly like it was such a silly meme during the Hollow Knight stream that I decided to buy it again. But like I have like 8 packs of raisins.
Jeez.
I have like I have a shitload of raisins because it was like I kind of think they're all in the wee tiny boxes. Remember like those?
Yeah.
You used to get them with like packed lunches when you were younger. Like yeah, I've got that.
Texture.
But yeah,
Ugh.
raisins. Keith, do you want to
Yes.
introduce yourself to people on the stream?
Yes, I am Keith. I'm mainly an artist and a variety streamer. I stream art most of the time, usually like doodles and stuff. And then games. I like playing strategy games like Civ. That's like my nightly routine. I play a game of Civ before bed. I like games like Factorios. Lost many an hour to that one. Frostpunk is one. I know me and another one of the speakers bonded over our love for Frostpunk.
Frostpunk's
And
just
then-
next level.
I remember sitting in your stream when we were playing Frostpunk, and I had to just like sit there and not backseat. All the pain.
I was gonna say, Sky's pointed out something in chat. It's like, hold on, you play a game of Civ before bed. Like,
Yeah.
you must be going to sleep, like, 5
No, like, okay, I plan it.
This is true. This is
So,
true.
an average game of Civ for me takes about 1.5 to 2 hours because I have all the animations like max speed, and
Right.
I just blast through everything. Like it's kind of like ritual where
Don't lie.
I'm not lying.
I live in Pacific Standard Time, 8 hours behind you, and the amount of times
Hey,
I will open Discord and
I
see
have
that
an
you are playing
excuse.
Civilization.
I have an excuse, okay? I have an excuse because sometimes I will just fall asleep while playing Civ and it is still running, but I am asleep.
Yeah, like that's something that like you know that feeling when you're watching like a TV show or a film or you're playing a game or like
Yeah.
you kind of like fall asleep when you're not really supposed to, and it's kind of
Yeah.
like nice and blissful when you wake up and
Yeah.
the thing's still running. Like I wish I could
Yeah.
like. I feel like there's a way that I could just orchestrate this for myself, right? I could easily just leave
Yeah.
something running in the background, but I want like I don't know. It's almost like the same feeling that when you fell asleep in the car as like a kid and then you woke up
Yeah,
in your
it's like
bed.
that kind of hazy but
Yeah.
like warm, comfortable feeling.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly that. See, like, in April, unfortunately I caught COVID, and so like I was holed up in my room because I share my flat with 2 other people. So I was like isolating in my room,
Mm.
and I was just trying to sleep it off as much as possible. So I would just wake up, get something to eat, dick around, and then just pass back out again. And so what I was doing was I was often waking up in like the wee hours of the morning, like we are now. And so I would just get like a Twitch stream up and just have it on very low volume and
Nice.
just fall asleep to it. And that's kind of like really brought me much more into like streaming because like as someone with ADHD, like years ago, I was like, oh, I really can't watch like live streams and stuff. Like I just get sick of them after 10 minutes
Mm.
and I want to go do something else. And it wasn't until I kind of realized that I had ADHD and I had some coping, like, not like coping mechanisms, but like you've got to be doing something at the same time
Yeah.
kind of thing. So once I realized that, now I can start to enjoy these like long form content that like I don't have to be 100% paying attention to, kind of thing.
No, that's a good way of taking it. You also do Clone Hero, don't you?
Yes, I've very recently gotten sucked into Clone Hero and losing many hours to that. So Clone Hero, for those who don't know, it's a sort of open source fan game of Guitar Hero, right? And I loved Guitar Hero when I was like younger. I wouldn't call myself a musician, but I was raised in a very musical household. Like I can play the piano. If you put a guitar in front of me, I'll know what strings are what notes.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Keith. Fuck off, right? Like, oh, yeah, I wouldn't call myself a musician. However, I can play the piano and I can play the guitar.
I don't like release
Yeah.
music or anything like that,
I mean,
or perform.
that doesn't mean that you're not a musician, though.
Like I
mean,
feel like if you're calling yourself a musician, I don't know. You need to make money off it. That's how I feel.
But no, not at all.
Okay. I guess I went to music school and I was definitely not making money when I was doing
Well, I
that.
would call you a musician, Lego, because you've put music
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, but I mean, I guess even before that, I was calling myself a musician because I've probably talked about this before. I have dropped out of music school twice. Fun fact.
Yes.
I'm very slowly studying to get my bachelor's degree in music, but it's also No, you could call yourself a musician.
Hell
This
yeah.
is
Nothing
the
wrong
thing,
with
is that, like,
self-identification.
Yeah, okay. So I guess I'm also a musician, I guess.
I'm gonna go and update your fucking graphic just so it
No.
says artist, variety streamer, and musician.
No, that just feels like I'm flexing. I don't want to be like, I'm super talented in like everything I do. Lol.
Can I just say, like, sorry, 1 wee second. First of all, AyeforGalop, for fuck's sake, has just donated, so we are 1 pence off our 2,000 goal, which is
Oh, God damn
deliberate
it.
and it's annoying, and I can't believe
and
you've
he
done
can
this.
and he can also make you eat 2 jelly beans.
Oh,
God.
fuck, no!
Is that how that works?
Yes, it is. So I need to.
It is now.
Yeah, 2 jelly beans. Let's go. Pepper and sausage at the same. Fuck.
Horrific.
Yep. I'm gonna fucking die. Right. Okay. So here
Yeah.
we go.
So like so playing someone who played a lot of music, I got very. I actually have a fun story about how I got introduced to Guitar Hero. And this is gonna go really wild, so please bear with me. So, when I was a kid, the family tradition was to go up to Aviemore for Christmas. And we stayed at this one hotel every time. If anyone knows, it's the Coylin Bridge hotel in Aviemore. I think the Hilton took over it some years ago. Anyway, so every year we would come up to Scotland, come up to Aviemore, and we would go there. And the thing about Coylin Bridge Hotel was that it was very sort of kid oriented. And on Christmas Day, they would have Santa come round with like reindeers because they have a reindeer farm up in Aviemore. So he'd come around with the reindeer and he'd give all the presents to all the good little girls and little kids and all that stuff. But also in the Coylin Bridge Hotel, they had a little arcade by the entrance. And every year I went, the arcade would swap out some machines for another ones. And like, if you go there, some of the machines are still there from like when I was like 3 or 4. Like these machines are ancient.
Yep.
Those old timey like racing guitar ones. But one year that I went with my half brother and my dad, and I can't remember if my mom went with us or not. I was like split household, so sometimes holiday with one parent, holiday with another parent, etc. And it was too long ago to remember. But one year they had the Guitar Hero arcade set up, right? And my brother, being like the kind of jester older brother type, was like, "Go on, I challenge you. Let's play this together and see who does better," right? And I was like, "Go on then." And my half brother in the story is 12 years older than me, so he was automatically better at everything that I was, just simply because of the age difference. But so we played, and I actually beat him, which
Fucking
was like
spank.
the best thing ever. And I like ran back to my parents to be like, "Guess what? I won at Guitar Hero against my brother."
Eat shit. Eat my
shit.
dirt.
And he was like, "Well, like this, that," and then cut to I think about a year later, Christmas again. We find ourselves in Venezuela, which is where I was born. So I am half Venezuelan, half Scottish. My dad's Scottish and my mom's from Venezuela.
Awesome.
So this year we were spending Christmas at my mom's family's place, my grandma's house. And in Venezuela, the Venezuelan like sort of culture around Christmas is very sort of different to how we do it in like the West and stuff. Obviously you've got your big families getting together, all that stuff. My grandmother had 10 kids. Because she was a really like, how do I don't want to describe her in like in a sort of ostracizing way. She was my abuela, to put it simply. She was my abuela, and she was really eccentric and very Catholic.
Right.
So she had 10 kids. 7 of them were girls, and the 3 of them were boys. So the Christmas gatherings, it was like very, very crowded. I remember at that point in time, I think I counted I had something like 50 cousins just on that side. No idea how many cousins I've got now, how many second cousins, they've all got. Because I remember one of them had already given birth to a child when we were visiting. Anyway, so in Venezuela, my mom got us for Christmas a pirated copy of Guitar Hero World Tour, I think it was, or Guitar
amazing.
Hero 3. Like literally went to some guy down the street who was like ripping all the games onto his like CDs and then selling them, cheaper on PlayStation 2. And we didn't have like the guitar or anything like that. We just had like the CD with the game on it. But we found out that you could play on the controller.
Nice.
I remember me and my cousin Ivan just spent hours and hours and hours hogging the one television that the whole street had, just playing Guitar Hero together. And my mom had to like tell me off several times for being like, let other people use the television. And we're like, no, we want to play more Guitar Hero. And then maybe 5 or so years later, me and my mom and my brother are living in Spain. And we are in like the European equivalent of Tesco. God, I can't remember.
Sorry, I'm just going to
was.
briefly interrupt. We have hit 2K, by the way, just if you haven't seen.
Yeah, I just scared my cat again, but fuck yeah.
The reward
Oh my
for
god, fantastic.
the reward for reaching 2K was Disco Eye, which is the disco shirt.
All right.
Is that what people want? Do we still want that?
Yes.
Like people are gonna like see. Yeah, I'm gonna come on wearing the shirt, and people are gonna be like, oh. This guy's like, oh, okay, that's disappointing. If you want, I'll go and shove it on. But to be honest, the only thing that I would say about it is that I'm not wild about being in a really restrictive shirt. But I did promise, so I've got to do it. So that's fair.
Oh, you need to let your biceps breathe.
Yeah, I mean, like, look at me. I'm a fucking sculpture, So, right, I'll go and shove it on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, I guess just while I is doing that, I talked very briefly earlier about my music stuff. And I was just gonna say I'm gonna share a link in chat in just a second. I'm making a Twitter thread.
Nice.
Oh, am I echoing?
No.
That
No, you're
apparently
echoing,
on the stream.
You're echoing because I've turned your volume up, and so I can still hear you while I'm putting the shirt on. So.
I
It's
see.
okay. I'll turn you back down. What happens is my
Yeah.
mic picking you up.
Okay. Basically, I'm just putting together a little Twitter thread of some music stuff that I've done.
Okay.
If people are interested. Like I said, I've only put out one. I hesitate to even call it an album. I put out a little EP earlier this year called Alstromeria, which was a little memorial project I did. Oh my god, the shirt, the cat ears. Oh my god. Sorry, I love that so much. Ah, yes.
Very good. I do approve.
Jill.
I'm just laughing now. I did a little EP. I released it May 16th of this year called Alstromeria, which is a little memorial project I did for my mom, who passed away in 2007 now. God, the years keep going by. Just kind of working on my feelings and my grief around that. A lot of my songwriting in general comes from my emotions. I imagine a lot of art does in general, but a lot of my songs are very specifically about certain emotions that I feel and certain questions that I have. And, the fact that, and we're gonna get a little bit heavy for a completely different reason, but I had just turned 7 when my mom passed away. And so she never really got to see me grow up. She never knew that I was queer. She never knew that I was trans. And you could squeeze a lot of emotions out of all of that.
Yeah.
And so I wrote a little EP sort of about those feelings. It's like 2 songs.
That's more than I've done.
I am making more art. I have so many songs written, but recording is hard, and I want to expand my musical style beyond guitar and voice and nothing else.
Well, if you need a keyboardist, I'm your man.
Yeah. But then the other thing that I've done, which is something that I'm really proud of, is I hang out in what we colloquially call ska Twitter. I did air quotes. And it's sort of the new and emerging current ska scene. And I myself am not a ska musician because that takes talent that I have not gotten to yet. It's something that you need to practice at. But under the label of Ska Punk International, I have contributed to two charity compilations that were raising funds for the Prevent Cancer Foundation in the States. So those are kind of my big achievements as a musician. The songs that I did were not ska, but other people also didn't put ska songs on. It was just released under a ska label is all. I just kind of wanted to say that because I think I'm going to head out in just a little bit, so I wanted to do a little wrap up. I'm sorry I've been rambling.
That's absolutely fine.
So much.
Actually, yeah.
I do see a message in the chat that says, can you sing us one of your songs? I don't know how well that would translate across Discord, if I'm being honest.
Is there anywhere we could find your song?
Yeah, so what I'm doing right now is I'm making a little tweet thread promoting the stream, and
Awesome.
I'm also, in some of the replies to that, I am linking where you can find my work.
Brilliant.
And also where you can find the other compilations that I've been on. So again, like, obviously here and in this space, I go by Lego because that's been my internet name since I was like 14. But I record and release music under the name Jacob Zellman, and that's again all I've made the Twitter thread. I will send the link into the chat, and then I will back off because I think I've been on here for a while.
And you're more than welcome to. It's fine.
Yeah, no, I know. I just don't want to monopolize the chat. But it was very good to come on and hang out.
If anything, I've been monopolizing the chat. I've been here the entire time.
That's your job.
Yeah, well, you're controlling Monkey. So
that's fair. As I open up my second bag of soft apricots. Sorry.
Just the way you said that. It was very sinister.
Deliberately so.
Horrific.
1 second.
Fine.
I should be able to send this. Let's see if it stops me. Okay, nope, we're good.
Nah, it won't stop you if you're a mod.
No, I wasn't, because I have a second Twitch account that I use for music stuff, and I wasn't sure if I was logged into that one.
Fair,
I sent it on my phone, so I wasn't sure if I was logged into the wrong one or not. Yeah, I'm gonna see if there's anyone who's wanting to come on right now, because I might.
That's it. I think Joy was gonna jump back on.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, I think maybe I can hop off. Keith, you stay and hang out, and I'll see if Joy wants to come back on. I might come back later, but it's like 4 a.m, and everyone in the UK is asleep except for I. But yeah, it was really good to be on. It was really good to chat. Oh, actually, I just remembered something that I did want to say, actually, in line with the charity stream. Because you've been talking about how important it is to have resources that are specifically for marginalized people. And I just wanted to, like, heavily echo that and how important it is. Because, like, for example, in my city, we have a charity, and I'm using that word very charitably, called Vancouver Rape Relief. And they are a rape crisis center that only serves cisgender women that have been sexually assaulted by anyone with a penis. They do not provide resources for trans people. They don't provide resources for queer people. They don't provide resources for men. And it's really terrible. And they're kind of one of the more prominent abuse organizations in our city. And they have posters up everywhere. And it's just, I think it is such a good, important thing to have something like Galop that is explicitly inclusive of queer and trans individuals. I'm going to be honest, I don't know a ton about local charities, and I am 100% sure that Vancouver has its own queer inclusive abuse groups. But just, the fact that the one that I know about for my city is one that is terrible, as opposed to, being able to name a great one off the top of my head, it says something. And it's just good to say right out in the open, yes, we can help you. It doesn't matter, your gender, it doesn't matter your sexuality, you are who you say you are, and we will help you, and we will believe you, and, that's okay. Sorry, I
think that's...
It was something that I told myself. I was like, yeah, can't forget to talk about that while I'm on. And then I totally forgot to talk about it.
It's fine. It's more than fine.
Yeah. Okay, I am gonna leave for real now, though. It's really good to talk. I'll maybe be back later. Bye-bye.
No, thanks very much, Lego. Cheers for that.
Okay.
Bye. Yeah, no, that was good, because I was doing the ADHD thing of, I want to tell a compelling story, and I am not keeping a look at the time.
That's all right.
Yeah, so I play Clone Hero, which is a fan sort of project, and the best thing about it is you can download your favorite custom songs right on it. So that's how I listen to music as I play along on Guitar Hero, on Clone Hero. It's good fun.
Yeah, it's cool.
But yeah, again, I also want to sort of circle back to the whole Galop and charity thing, and sort of provide my sort of 2 cents on that.
Please do.
Yeah, so it's coming from a sort of similar to one of the other speakers we had earlier today, coming from a sort of culture. So for those who don't know, in sort of Latin American culture, it's very sort of quote unquote common to be raised in households where abuse is unfortunately normalized. It's seen as a normal thing to, punish your children basically for any time they acted out, and that was something that me and my brother experienced growing up. And because it was such a sort of ingrained normal thing in the society we grew up in, we never questioned anything about it, and because of that, my dad, who is Scottish, he had no idea what was going on, because we never said anything.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you grow up, your parents are kind of like a team, and it's you against them, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And so it becomes really tough when you move to a country sort of in the sort of the northern hemisphere, the sort of global west, where obviously abuse towards children is looked as a thing to frown upon. And while it is a sort of I would say that it is a quote unquote subject of debate, I would say straight away that no abuse to any children is ever acceptable. But here, that's a not controversial thing to say. Everyone's like, aye, yeah, exactly, of course. And then you go to the country I'm from, Venezuela, and you get a heated debate. They go, well, how are you gonna, sort of raise a
kid?
How are you gonna raise a kid without disciplining them? They're gonna turn out to be a rebel, an anarchist. It's a very sort of Catholic Puritan. I don't want to say Puritan because it's not that, but it's a very sort of you live in your life in sin kind of thing.
I get what you mean.
so it's really rough. And so for a lot of people like me, we grow up in these situations, and you think, oh yeah, it's normal that, like, you know, my mom shouts at me, you know, my mom, like, does, you know, some nasty things. I don't want to get too into it, you know, for
No
other
worries.
people and that kind of thing.
Yeah,
But you grow up and you think, yeah, this is normal. That's just how my mum is, and that's how she was raised, and you know, that's how she is. And as you get older, you start kind of rationalizing it a bit more, and you're kind of like, well, you know, that's how she was raised, and I don't really want to fight about her. A lot of times in my case, I was like, well, she's stressed dealing with, you know, the divorce because she split up with my dad, or she's really stressed out about the move that we've got going on. We moved around a lot,
Yeah.
and so you find excuses, and you kind of you know, you play it off, and then it doesn't sort of start to come across your mind until you maybe mention it jokingly to your friends. You're like, oh, haha, you know, my mom's like this, and then they give you that look of like concern.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and they're like, that's not normal. That's not acceptable.
Yeah, I feel like
Uh,
there's kind of there's maybe some comparison to be made with what Harley was saying earlier.
Yeah.
It's like, it's like you find your way to excuse it, and then
Yeah.
obviously when conversations were happening, whether it was with a therapist or with a counselor or anything like that, and then you get the gut reaction from them, like,
Yeah,
"Hold on a
like,
minute."
yeah, like that's
That-
it's not
that doesn't-
funny.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like it's either it's not funny or it's like that doesn't sound quite right, you know, like
Yeah.
yeah,
And that kind of jars you a bit, and you're like, you know,
You-
hang
oh.
on, am I the weird one?
yeah,
You know,
yeah.
I'm the outlier in the situation. This is not a common thing.
Yeah.
Oh, you know,
Oh,
it's that
dear.
oh kind of thing. And then I think there was, and I think this is why it's so important, especially, of course, for us who have experienced abuse. It is incredibly difficult to reach out and say, you know, help, I'm being abused, kind of
Yeah.
thing. I think it's really important to stress that when you see someone's, you know, brushing off their abuse
Mhm.
and saying, "Oh, well, you know, it's just how they are," kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's very important for us people on the outside to say, "Hey, that's not normal. What you're experiencing is not acceptable, and it is abuse." You know, it's really important because so many times we just don't know. You know, we don't realize it. And so, if you're ever worried that someone is in an abusive situation, and you know they kind of make really uncomfortable, strange jokes, and they seem to be excusing this behavior a lot, don't be afraid to reach out and say, "Hey, like, you know, I know you're joking about it, but like, do you want to talk?" Kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's really
No,
important to do
that's-
something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a really important kind of message to hit because it's like kind of almost pulls it back to community as well and like being able to check
Yeah.
up on people. I think that's like it's something that like you know when you say something like that and folk kind of go well, oh yeah, of course that's so obvious, and then like
Yeah.
people actually need reminded to do it because a lot of the time like actually just reaching out to someone and being like, yo, you all right? Like
Yeah.
it can go a very long way. Why is my guy so goddamn sleepy? Sorry.
So that's basically how it was with me. Sort of that first thought that Harley was mentioning before. That first thought of like, maybe this is wrong.
Yeah.
And it was literally me. I was chatting with a close friend of mine, and I remember waking up early in the morning and saying, I don't want to go out to the kitchen because I can hear my mum in there and she's cleaning, and I know that if I go out, there's a risk that she's gonna shout at me, she's gonna like, you know, try and hit me or something like that. And my friend said, like, you know, that's not normal, right? You shouldn't be feeling fear for
Yeah.
leaving your room.
Yeah.
And I remember that moment, that kind of took me back, and I was like, okay, right. And this friend of mine very kindly recommended me a book that I'm gonna recommend to chat.
Okay.
Even if you haven't experienced abuse, it's a very, very great read. And like, even if you can't afford it, DM me, and I will send you a PDF of this book, because this is the game changer that was for me, basically. Like, again, for like Harley reaching out to the Galop, this book for me was that moment of like, I'm ready to sit down and start making steps to, you know, better my life, basically. The book is called Toxic Parents, and I can't remember the whole thing. If someone could look up Toxic Parents, I think it's a very popular book.
I'll do it.
It's something like Toxic Parents and how to deal with like something, something, something. I'm really sorry. I'm like, I'm like on it.
Is it Toxic Parents and How to Deal with Them?
That's the one. Something like that. Harley's about to drop a link in chat. Thank you so much. This book, even so, like I said before, even if you've not been abused and you've had like a completely like normal, nice upbringing, still read this book because it gives you an insight into all the forms of abuse. It's mainly aimed at people who are abused as children, but it can still be very helpful if it's something like your partner is abusing you, your friend is abusing you, your boss is abusing you. It teaches you, here are the behaviors that abusers do, right? And basically the first half of the book is like, here's how to recognize abuse, and the second half of the book is basically like let me double check this link that Harley sent. Sorry, I'm just jumping everywhere because I have ADHD.
That's okay. That's fine.
That is the book, correct, Harley. It is Toxic Parents: Overcoming Their Hurtful Legacy and Reclaiming Your Life by Dr. Susan Forward. That book is the one that I read, and it was basically the one. So first half of the book is recognizing the abuse, and the second half of the book is basically how to sort of take charge of your life, and not even in a sort of grandiose sense, but steps on how to sort of recognize, okay, these are the ways that I'm being abused. How can I approach my abuser and say, what you're doing to me is not acceptable? Because a lot of the times the abusers don't know that they're abusing. And if you'd ask my mom, what, like, how do you treat Keith? She would not say that, like, I'm abusing my son. She's like, I'm raising him, I'm disciplining him, So sometimes they need to be told, no, this behavior is abusive, it hurts me, and it's not acceptable, basically. It teaches you how to sort of get your voice to say, no, I'm putting a boundary down and saying that what you're doing is not okay. And then there's also steps for, like, if the abuser reacts good, here are the steps to take. If the abuser reacts bad, then here are the steps that you can take. With the most extreme being just cutting them out of your life. And it's so much easier said than done. I can't stress enough. Like, that's what I had to do, and it's incredibly difficult mourning that loss of someone that you have such a complicated relationship with. Yes, they raised you and they're your family, but also they were hurting you and they were stunting your growth as an individual, kind of thing. It's incredibly difficult, but it is possible. And I remember reading that book, reading the first part of the book, and thinking, I'll never be able to confront my mom over what she did. It's just not possible. I'll never have the confidence. I'll just have to live with it for the rest of my life. And then I finished the book, and I was still thinking that. And then it came a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, and I started thinking, maybe I can stand up to her. Maybe I can prepare a sort of letter to say, and I can prepare for what kind of reaction she has. And the book gives you all those steps that you need to be able to stand up and recognize your worth and say what you're doing is not okay. So this book, I can't recommend it again, like, wholeheartedly. If you're being abused, it is like your key to sort of getting that self-confidence. If you're not being abused, give it a read anyway, so that you can recognize the patterns of abusive behavior and stop it in its tracks. That's my 2 cents.
No, it's really good. I think there's so much to, like, be learned by, like, books that have these kind of, like, is there anything in particular in the book that kind of stood out to you? And obviously I don't want you to go too much into your, like, own personal situation, but, like, there's I find that, like, books like that always tend to have, like, really good, almost like golden nuggets in them. That really, like, that cause that kind of eye-opening, hang on a wee minute, that's not right.
Yeah, I think the great thing about the book itself is that it's the way that it's written, and I know as someone with ADHD, I find it incredibly difficult to sit down and read a book, especially if it's just if it's like non-fiction, I'm like, I don't care.
Mm.
But reading it, the way that it's structured is kind of like the author, Dr. Susan, she kind of writes it in a way that's like kind of like a bunch of memos almost. And she starts off the book by talking about a patient that came in to see her. I think she's a psychiatrist or a psychologist, one or the other. And a man came to see her, and she was talking about how he was having trouble in his marriage with his kids because he was having violent outbursts, and he didn't want to like estrange his family. So he came to the therapist and was like, "Look, I don't know why I'm acting this way. Can you help?" And she writes about how she noticed his behavior when he spoke about his dad, and she noted about how he got like really visibly nervous, but he would shrug off what his dad was doing by saying, "Oh well, you know, that's just how I am, and I was a really naughty child, so like I deserve it, you know, haha." And then the way that his face changes when the doctor says to him, "No, you didn't deserve any of that." And she kind of tells these stories of other people who have gone this journey of like gaining confidence and recognizing their abuse. And so seeing all these journeys, it gives you hope of like, maybe I can do something like this, you know, even if you can't see a professional like these people could. Even just taking those steps, getting like Harley said, getting your plan in place for emergencies, talking with your friends, getting a sort of letter ready, you know, to stand up to your abuser. And they stress as well, like, this is not something that you need to do. And sometimes you can't do it because the abuser is dead. They passed away like, you know, years ago, but the abuse still kind of, you know, lives on in the trauma. And they kind of deal with that as well. Like if you cannot confront your abuser because it's unsafe, or the abuser is dead, or in my case, the abuser is miles and hundreds of miles away in a different country, you know, there's solutions for that as well. Yeah, to me, the way that they structured in the book with all these like hopeful stories of people who overcame, it gives you that hope that maybe you can do it as well.
Good. I always like those. Like I like it when books contain like it's almost sometimes like I'd say the worst books like that are the ones that maybe don't have any sort of like actual like case studies almost. It's nice to see like real people have kind of walked that same path.
Exactly.
Because obviously it can give you the confidence to go and can go and do it yourself. So no, that's really good.
Yeah.
Like I suppose.
Yeah, because
Sorry, go on.
part of the abuse is you, and it is intentional. Abusers will isolate you, and of course then you feel isolated, and you feel like you can't turn to anyone, and you feel like you're alone in your experience. So seeing those people who have managed to come out from them successfully, it really does make that impact of giving you hope.
No, that's great. Like I mean, it's amazing how it's amazing how like you can have like one kind of like it's not a turning point because it's like obviously like all of these things have been like incremental. They've all they've all added up over time, and like then you've like made a decision on the kind of back of it. But it's nice that sometimes you do get like a book that's like
it was incredibly eye opening.
Yeah, no, that's exactly it. That's how I would term it.
It's like, I see a lot of my friends have like sort of similar backgrounds, and so whenever they're talking about like, oh, you know, my parent was this day today, I'm like, here's the book, please read it at your own leisure.
I mean, it's
I just chuck it out everywhere.
Like, I mean, it's almost good knowledge for anyone to have though, because like if you want to be a good ally, for example, like it's good for you to be aware of how, like, how the I'm gonna use the term victim. I hope that's all right.
Yeah,
it's
we are victims.
It's good to know like maybe what the victim is going through. What in the fuck is attacking us? Hyenas shit. Sorry.
That's fine. I'm watching your stream as well, with great intent.
Yeah, I was like, what in the goddamn fuck are those things?
But yeah, I think as well, if you think that you're not being abused, and I said this before, have a read at it, because a lot of the times there are a lot of things that I was like, I went into this book thinking, I know what my mom was like in terms of the type of abuser she was. I was like, she was a physical abuser. You know, she would hit me and my brother, and it was really nasty. And then as I read the book, I was like, oh, okay. She's also emotionally abusing me by like destroying my self-confidence, saying horrible things about me to my face. okay. Oh, it's also psychological abuse because she's gaslighting me. So, you think, oh, she's only doing this one thing. And you read the book and you're like,
Hang on a
no,
minute.
there's many other things that can be done. So even if you, and it's kind of shit to say, but even if you don't think you're being abused, you might read the book and find that you are being abused.
Yeah.
You know?
And like again, I think that comes down to like being able to educate people on, like in a non-condescending way about what what they're going through. Like I think
Yeah.
like some people just don't recognize patterns, because a lot of the
Yeah.
time it's really hard to do it anyway when you're like literally like you're the one experiencing it. So like
Mm-hmm.
like we've kind of talked about, there's lots of kind of easy things to dismiss and stuff
Yeah.
like that. But then there's there's I'm trying to find the words.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's the aspect of like just not like, even from like a sort of society and kind of cultural basis, like not
Mhm.
actually having the right vocabulary almost to like put what's
Mhm.
happening to you in perspective.
Exactly.
I realised that probably sounded dead wanky when I said that.
But you're
Um,
absolutely right, and that's kind of thinking back to sort of the struggles I had a lot. I remember in the sort of it's a kind of particular struggle when the cycle of abuse is so ingrained in the culture, because I remember after I cut off contact with my mum and I was grieving the loss, particularly because my mum and her side of the family were the connection I had to the country I was born in, Venezuela.
mhm.
And so there's not to sound like wanky as well, but it's like an inner battle inside me
There's two
where
wolves.
there are two wolves inside you. And you are gay.
Yeah, what is it? There's
but-
two wolves inside you and both are fucking or something like that.
Yeah, and you are gay. But it's that I want to connect with my culture. I want to connect with my people. Like I make Venezuelan food from time to time, and I give it to my loved ones because I love Venezuelan food,
Hmm.
and I want to learn more about my history. But there's that pain there that
Yeah.
that is like my family. I don't talk to any of them, and if I did, they would probably all excuse what my mom did as just like normal, and so it's just kind of like they won't get me, and so it's
Yeah.
incredibly isolating. That's like, well, the country you've emigrated to, people don't understand you because you're an immigrant, and then the people from your home country, well, they don't understand you because it's normal for them,
Yeah.
and you're caught between these two worlds, wanting to connect with both, but you can't with either.
I like that. Harley's in
Um,
chat being like, can confirm Keith makes wonderful Venezuelan food. So,
And
I
that's
know-
another weird thing, is that when I make Venezuelan food, I think of my mom because she made
Mhm.
Venezuelan food for us. And I think for me, stuff like making Venezuelan food and sharing it with my friends, it's a kind of safe way, I guess, for me to sort of reconnect with my culture. Because I think of how
Yeah.
my mom made it, how my mom made the food, the techniques that she used, and kind of thing. And sometimes I still hear her in my ear, like giving me instructions on what like measurements, certain things. And if you're curious, Latinos, we measure with our heart. We don't use teaspoons. No, it's just you have a look at it. My mom would call like I guess the closest equivalent would be a splash of like vinegar when you're pushing it. She would call it un chorro, and un chorro is like it's so specific I can't translate it into English. It's a specific kind of splashing when it's like a stream of water. It's one of those things, and so it's bizarre to have this like culture, that kind of like connection there. Like I'm thinking of my mom. She was a shit person, but like I learned to cook from her, and there's that conflict that
Yeah.
we go through as like immigrants and people of color, mixed people of color as well.
No, I think like it's interesting, obviously hearing that from like obviously you do have like a lot of previous like kind of negative kind of history with your mum, but you still have that kind of like fondness through the cooking.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's just it's like relationships are complex.
Yeah, and seeing what our scholar is saying in the chat, there's situations. That just jumped up for me. Damn you, Twitch chat. Oh yeah, the situation in where the toxicity, etc., can be culturally enforced. My partner was talking about how in her home culture, blood is more important than being treated right. Like someone could abuse you, steal from you, and be as nasty as possible, but you'd never cut them out of your life because of your blood. Yeah, you've hit the nail on the head there as well. Because like the reason that I cut off contact from my mom was when I told her, "You're abusing me and my brother. What you're doing was okay." She became really angry that I dared to disrespect her because she was my mother, and in that kind of culture of like, how dare you challenge me, your mother, your authority figure, when I've done so much for you, kind of thing, you know. And it's kind of like, and that was kind of the decision I had to take, where like she's not gonna ever she's not willing to understand my point of view, and so that was it. That's kind of like, there's no point in continuing this conversation, and I had to just do it, and I had to cut it there, and it's incredibly painful, and you get to a point, so many months, so many years down the line after you've done the difficult decision to cut them off, and you're like, why am I still having nightmares about this? Why am I still getting flashbacks about it? I should be like, quote unquote, better by now. And like, the truth of it is that grief is incredibly difficult on its own. Grief, when you have to willingly like cut someone off and say, I'm doing this for myself, is like a whole nother level of like difficult. And like, and it's kind of pointed out in the book as well, that's like, if you have been abused by your parent, like, seek help as quickly as you can, because that shit fucks you up. Like, your behavior is like affected in ways you won't even realize until you're so many years down the line, and you find that like, hey, my friends actually respect me when I put down boundaries. And every so often you get that kind of like, oh yeah, I really was treated like shit,
No, it's very fair. Like,
Yeah.
it's interesting how, like, I mean, I suppose it's like, it's almost why the found family trope is like so good.
That
as well.
shit eats me up. I love the found family trope. I go nuts for it every time.
It's fucking class. It's always good. It's never a bad one.
And I think bouncing off of that kind of trope, like, I'm gonna go into sort of film nerd kind of guy here.
Do it.
But like, I was one of the things that really bothered me about sort of like a lot of movies, well, media in general, they'll depict like they'll depict like a sort of similar situation where like, there's a turbulent family, usually one or both of the parents are really horrible to the kids, and it's usually kind of resolved in the end. That's like, oh well, you've talked it out about your feelings, and it's all better now, yay, and we've all recognized the problems. And a lot of the time, is the stories in these, it's kind of like, well, I, the victim, forgive you, and now it is resolved. It's like, no, we don't have to forgive them, and it's okay to say, I'm not speaking to you anymore because like, I don't want to. You're a horrible person,
Yeah.
And it's really frustrating to see that kind of thing in media. But I will point out that like, the Disney movie Tangled was one of those ones that it came out during that time when I was like realizing that like my mom was a horrible person. But I remember watching, and if you've seen Tangled, you kind of know what I'm talking about. The Mother Gothel, that Mother Gothel was like a mirror to my mom, which was really interesting for me. Going like, huh, that lady acts a lot like my mom, and she's the villain. Oh well, nothing to see here.
Let's not read too much into that.
Yeah, and I remember my mom said to me, because she caught me watching it, and she was like, you only like that movie because the villain looks like me and acts like me. And I was like, haha, oh mom, you're so silly. I would never think that.
Just like stares nervously at the telly.
Yeah, like, yeah, so that was one of the good ones where like they really had like, yes, what she did was really bad, and she gets like, justice, quote unquote, at the end, and the girl gets to like, run away and be with her love. So that's a film that I kind of hold close to my heart.
No, that's good.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah, projection much. My mom was really good at like projecting.
Sorry, 1 wee second. I'm like,
That's
here we
alright.
are. Fuck, we're going down there. Which I've already been down there, but I need to go down there again because I stupidly forgot to do the. Yeah, there we go. Boom. Ugh.
Yeah.
What time is it?
It is almost
Fucking
3:30.
3:30. Shite.
Yeah.
It's okay. Bed is in less than 9 hours. Not that I'm counting. Wait, it is less than 9 hours now, yeah? I think it is. Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Right, I am probably gonna run back to my monkey camp, and then I'm probably gonna go for another pee. It is definitely stretch time for me, Tundra. Thank you.
Welcome back, Lego.
Need to stretch.
Hello,
my penis.
Keith. I am here to ask you, do you have any diluting juice for Harley? I didn't want to interrupt.
I'm sorry, I've been so zoned into like the conversation that I have no attention anywhere else. That's how I work.
Also, yeah, if you want to go for a break, I think that would be a good idea. We've got. we're gonna see if we can figure out a little bit of a time frame / schedule for the open mic. So I think it's a good time to take a break for
Yeah,
sure.
I'll take a break.
Like maybe even for like 5-10 minutes. Just
Yeah.
to...
5-10 minutes. Do you think I deserve that much of a fucking break?
Yes. Also, Eli the Legendary donated to have you read a joke out loud.
Oh shit.
so-
Okay, sorry. I'll okay, 1 second. This better be the worst fucking joke I've ever seen in my entire life. Okay. So let's.
I'll go search for some diluting juice for Harley. I'll be 2 ticks.
Cool. Right. Let's check that. So, what is the joke? Because in the comments section of the donation.
Oh, is it not there?
Unless the joke is "Love you, Connor. You're doing an amazing thing." That's a cracking joke. That's really funny.
That's very sweet.
That's very sweet. Right,
Yeah,
I'm gonna run my monkey back to the thing, and then I'm gonna pee, and then I think Joy was gonna come back on for quite a bit, I think. As far as I'm aware, but
we're trying to
obviously...
figure out. Oh, I was just gonna say we're trying to figure out who's around right now. So I think Joy is for sure. We'll probably pop her back on, and then we'll see who else is wanting to come on.
Yeah, and like I know, obviously we'll introduce every single speaker, but we also want to we can have more of a chat as opposed to like an interview, if we prefer, unless people want interviewed, which is also fine. But yeah, open mic. I am quite enjoying the format where people come on and just like say their bit, because like I think lots of people have lots of really interesting stuff to add, and it's not something that I'm particularly gonna be able to like add tons of value to, but I think loads of people have tons of valuable stuff to say, and I don't think people would appreciate me just being like, yeah, really cool, like, you know, every couple of seconds, you know.
Yeah.
Did I just break my fucking legs? I did.
I have been informed that I've been informed the joke should have been there. So Eli has just sent it.
Do you want to send me it on Discord and I'll read it out after my break?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll DM it to you.
Cool.
Oh, Eli, there's a spelling mistake in this. You typed it out when you were.
Okay.
Okay, I'll get that sent over.
Right, that's fine. I am gonna go and stretch my legs and go for a piss. So I'll see you all in a couple of seconds.
There we go. Yeah, if anyone wants to pop on. Like I said, we're gonna try to format the open mic thing. I can't guarantee necessarily that everyone would be able to, but if there's anyone in the audience that either, you know, you have questions, if you maybe want to talk about stuff a bit. Oh, apparently, okay, Eli has requested that I read the joke.
Go on.
But I was just gonna say really quickly before I read the joke, if there's anyone that's wanting to, my brain is fading. If there's anyone that's wanting to maybe pop on the stream, what would be a good place? Do I have open DMs on my Twitter? I'm just trying to think of a way for. I mean, I guess you could say it in chat. Maybe give one of the mods a whisper. If you click on someone's name in Twitch chat, I think. You know what I'm talking about, right, Keith?
Yeah.
Or in Aye's Discord, yes. I would say if you're in Aye's Discord.
Yeah, give the mods
maybe,
one of the ping.
Yeah, like ping one of the.
We're both losing it.
Yeah, I'd say maybe just if you're in Aye's Discord, you should actually just be able to DM me. So do that if you're on the Discord. Otherwise,
yeah. Otherwise,
just,
give us a little whisper
or
on
like
Twitch.
On Twitch, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm instructed to just sorry. I'm doing so many things at once, but I'm only doing one thing at a time.
Yeah.
I've been asked to wait to read the joke until Aye is back.
Yeah. For the open mic bit, we'll want to keep it to like maximum sort of 3 people because we don't really want too many people crowding and like.
I agree, and sort of. Ideally, like previous guest speakers might come on, but also, you know, we do want to prioritize people that might not have spoken yet. Sorry, I'm doing 5 billion things.
I mean, me as well.
Because I'm an insane person. Fight to server. That's how you do it. There we go. Oh yeah, we can send the Discord link as well for the AyeforScotland server, so that people. Where are you, server link? Oh, I'm
Thank you, Sky.
I was gonna say I am also. Oh, thank you. I am also hypermobile, and I've been sitting with my legs crossed.
No,
and
that's
my knees
the
hurt
worst thing
so
to do.
Much. Every single time I play my guitar, I cross my legs, and then my bones hate me.
I feel you because I'm also hypermobile, and I've started to like force myself to not cross my legs, even though it is very tempting. It's just so comfy, but then it's like, oof, my bones.
Yeah, no, it's the worst. Oh, it's so bad. We're just gonna complain about our bones now.
We're old men.
that's the topic of the stream. I'm 22 years old, and my knees hurt.
Yep.
Well, I guess soon to be 23. Hello. So, it has been requested that I read out the joke. It has been requested that I, Lego, read the joke.
Yes.
There we go.
I got that.
I'm very silly. Oh, Blind Panda Bear, I feel you. I usually get my groceries delivered because going out and grocery shopping for just myself is such a physical ordeal. I totally feel you on that. Okay, let me read the joke. Okay, what is the difference between a lobster in lingerie and an old bus stop? I don't know. What is the difference?
Wait. I think I've seen this one before.
Yes.
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 No.
One
Yeah.
is a. Okay, no, I'll let you read it out.
Yeah, it's one is a busty crustacean, and the other is a crusty bus station.
Yay.
That inflicted damage to me more than the jelly
Really-
beans. -1
Ooh.
HP.
I feel like this joke implies that like wearing lingerie automatically gives you cleavage, and that's not true. You
New top
can
surgery
wear
just dropped.
yeah no like
I was gonna say, in my experience, it works wonders. What are you talking about? Right, what's happening on the speaker front?
Okay, so we're still getting things a little bit sorted.
So I
Um,
think Anna's was supposed to be joining at 3, and it looks like something's happened.
Yeah, I
in
think she's
regards to
having-
tech. I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's two-factor authentication. That's
Yeah,
causing
it might be that.
troubles.
I think right now, like if she can get in, we can bring her on just once she's able to get into the Discord.
Yep.
But just for right now, while we get stuff sorted out behind the scenes, I think maybe we'll just have Joy hop on and the two of you can do a little bit of banter
Fight to
if
the
that's
death.
all right.
Yes, that's fine. Me
Yeah.
and Joy are fluent in banter. Nah, I'm not sure. Maybe. Joy's better at banter than me.
Are you wanting me to hop off?
You're more
yeah, I
welcome to
think
stay on if you
maybe,
like, Keith. But if you want to take a
I
break
will-
and grab some diluting juice for Harley, you can do that.
Yeah.
I don't drink diluted
gonna-
juice.
I'm gonna hop in, do a mic check for Joy, and then I'll send her over, and then we'll figure out behind the scenes stuff while
Yeah,
the
that's
two of
fine.
you do some not a podcast.
That's fine.
All right.
Thank you.
In that case, I shall jump away.
Okay, thanks very much, Keith, for that. It was really powerful what you were talking about there.
No problem at all.
I think that people all get quite a bit of value from that, especially the book that you recommended. So I appreciate it.
Yeah. Again, I've got the tab opening here, so I'll link it again if anyone's missed it. Yeah, just to reiterate, that book is a lifesaver. Please give it a read if you have a chance. And my good friend thank you so much for doing this wonderful stream.
It's only as good as the speakers that are in it.
Yeah. You keep telling yourself that.
I do every single day, every single night for the past 2 months of organising.
All right, I love you and leave you.
Thanks very much.
Bye.
Have a good one.
See how it is. Bye bye, Keith.
No. Goodbye.
Welcome to episode 25 of the Iosphere.
Certainly feels like a week.
It does. Yeah. Oh my god. What time are we on? We're on 20 to 4, so we're getting there.
It's only 10
It's-
o'clock for me. I'm doing not bad.
It's only 20 minutes until it's 6 hours until it's 2 hours until we're done. So we're fine.
I like how you're breaking that
But
down.
who's counting?
Just the desperation of it.
Amanda, absolutely, crack on. But you'll probably have to send it to a mod because the hyperlinks are banned in chat at the moment, just in case we got any silliness. Joy, how have you been doing?
Great. I've just been enjoying the stream a lot. I was also watching Good Omens in the background there for a while when I couldn't. Brain was not functioning, so I shoved on the first thing that came up on my video list. So
Nice.
yeah.
Is Good Omen season 2 out yet? Or...
No, next year.
Oh, right, is it next year?
Yeah,
I
next
thought
year.
honestly, I thought it was being filmed. That's what it was.
It was filmed this year, and everyone's been harassing Neil Gaiman about if it will be out this year.
Yeah. Nah, it's not happening.
That's not how that works. No.
No. But no, it's I watched the first season and it was. I'm not sure if it's my thing. Is the only one. The mods.
I was in the fandom for. I mean, I first read it when I was 10, so I've been in it a long time.
Ah, that's fair. Who are the mods again, Amanda? It's Tundra and Harley and fucking everyone. Everyone is still awake at this time. Oh great, we can now we've upgraded. I say we've upgraded. We've evolved a little bit. We've now got less fur on our boobs.
Is that an advantage?
I don't know.
I feel like
It's-
you've been cold.
Well, weirdly, right? So like this is strange. So I need to evolve to have less hair in order to not overheat as I cross the Sahara. No, it's not Sahara. It's what's the like in between? It's not desert and it's not.
Oh, don't ask me.
It's not
no.
Savannah.
Savannah, yes.
Savannah.
Thank you to the people in chat that know geography.
Yes. Where the fuck is... Oh, man, I'm miles away from where I want to be. This is shit. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. We'll get it sorted. Okay, I see. So let's evolve, and we've got a whole bunch of stuff. Encephalization. The brain size has increased. Nice. Oh, life expectancy's also increased. That's good.
Hey.
I don't know what the life expectancy was for like an ape like 7 million years ago.
I don't imagine very long when you consider the amount of predators around.
But like, I mean, it's like to die of old age, to straight up die of old age. Like, I wonder how. Oh look, vitamin K efficiency. Look at us go. Oh, and ambulation speed. And stroke force. I've evolved my
It's going to
stroke
be
force.
very confusing to anyone who's listening and not watching.
I just my stroke force is just so evolved. Right, we have a boatload of shit to do. The problem is we're supposed to have something over here that says we're supposed to have something over here that's like, oh yeah, you've got like, I don't know, it's like you've got heat resistance or something like that, and we don't have it, which is shit. So
Get there.
yeah, we will. We'll get there. I need to figure out. So what that like for the evolution side of things. So there's I'm gonna give you a whirlwind tour to like what the hell I'm actually doing. So there's
I'm down for it.
There's neuronal energy here, right? So all of these are neurons that upgrade like your kind of stuff. So range for detection of sound source, and then equilibrioception. Standing upright at will to walk a few meters is acquired. I know, we've learned how to walk slowly. And then you get like all the kind of benefits there. And you spend like this energy on it that you gain by having the children strapped to your chest and your back. Because they learn. They learn while you do stuff.
Clever.
Then, generation-wise, you lock in certain learned behaviors, I think. So this is kind of evolution, but kind of like monkey see, monkey do. So
Sounds fair.
when you evolve through the generation, when you skip a generation or move the generation forward, you can like, depending on the number of children you have, you can lock in like these points, and that means that like it kind of continues. And then you've got evolution, which is like, I don't know, just kind of like mixed bag. I think people are just kind of like there, but basically some of the kids have got mutations, and once they've grown up, they become like mature mutations that can be carried down the lineage. That's how this works. So, yeah, that's
The one that's got Ehlers-Danlos, so we can stop it from happening. I don't care if it Thanos snaps me out of existence.
Yeah, there's like one of the lines I have in my video is that like it's kind of nice that in this you can like you literally evolve anxiety because it's like one of the things you need to survive, but at the same time it's like, yeah, that was to get away from like a giant centipede or a saber-toothed tiger.
Giant tiger, and now I've got
Wasn't
anxiety to go
wasn't
to the
wa-
grocery store.
speaking in front of crowds.
The tiger has just changed. It is now very slow and repetitive.
Yeah, exactly. What species have we evolved up to so far? Good fucking question. I think we're this like we're definitely less ape-like than we were at the start of the game. Like, yeah, we've got boobs now, visible boobs.
And we're standing up straighter too.
Yeah, we've got minor bipedalism. It's like we've not quite worked out the upright spine. We're kind of like basically my posture for the stream. It's just fucked.
I don't know if you can hear Mothman behind me going, just zooming in on his tits. Just fantastic view.
Hey, check me out. I'm trying to think. Like, so we need to now do the usual dance, which is we need to make our people fuck and then produce kids. What year
That's
range
like
are we
a-
at? Good question. I think we're like 6.5 million, maybe. I'll double check. We're at 5.5 million years ago, and we're evolving faster than science. That's how good we are. But yeah, I think we're on track. I think we're okay. I know that the savannah's fucking massive. Like, the savannah's huge, and it takes so long to, like, run through and do all this stuff in, because you have to, like, fight an elephant, and the elephant just does not fucking go down, doesn't it matter how many, like, spears you put in it. It's like, it just takes forever.
Mothman behave.
Do we get BioWare sex scenes in this game? Unfortunately not. I feel like it would be greatly enhanced with BioWare sex scenes, though.
It just suddenly cuts to a tent in the middle of nowhere. And you have the Dragon Age romance music playing over it.
Yes, exactly. That's what we need. It's weird how
I really don't think
it's
we
funny.
do.
We've spoken about this before, Joy, but it's like your mind immediately went to a Dragon Age tent. I was thinking of like one of the sections on the Normandy
In the
Mass
Mass Effect.
Effect.
Yeah. We're literally the two BioWare friends, just
Yeah.
opposite sides of the BioWare spectrum.
Like, do you see? Oh, that's the thing. The fucking Dragon Age animation thing that's coming out.
Yes.
I think it's coming out in like 5 days or something.
I think so as well. I've been purposely not looking at it because the fandom will stress me out. So I actually have the Dragon Age tag blocked on Tumblr. It's a fandom I enjoy with very select friends. I don't engage with the fandom as a whole. But yes,
fair.
it's in like a week or so.
I'm looking forward to it. I think it'll be quite good. I'm hoping it'll be quite good.
Probably.
I'm kind of hoping it's got the same energy as the animated like Witcher kind of series. I don't think it'll be as dark as that. I think it'll maybe be a wee bit lighter in tone, but.
Mothman, please. Bethesda, see that mountain, you can climb it. BioWare, see that mountain, you can fuck it.
I mean, you can. I remember it was like the first time in a video game that I'd ever managed to like, first time in a video game that I ever managed to seduce a woman was Bastila from Knights of the Old Republic, which was very weird. I was playing a BioWare game. I was like, in my Star Wars game, a relationship? What the fuck? I'm 7
I think
years
Bastila
old.
was one of my first female romances too in the BioWare world.
Yeah. I mean, she's no bad. She's got a double-bladed yellow lightsaber.
Mhm. She was a bit stuck
She,
up. Though,
she,
to
al-
my-
she
to
also
my
fights with
character.
one. What was that?
She was always a bit stuck up to my character, I think. But I think that's because I was always the kind of the morally grey person.
Yeah, but the thing is like even like yeah, she has like an annoyingly like weird introduction because like you do all this stuff to like rescue her from the swoop gang,
Mhm.
and then she just like takes charge, and you're just like, hold on a wee minute, I've been doing stuff with Karth and
And the leader for ages.
and Mission Vale and everything. I've been Zalbar's pledged a life debt to me. Ah, man. You're kind of buzzing for the updated version of what?
Was the Star Wars one's been cancelled or put
Oh,
off
if
indefinitely?
yeah, if you're talking about Knights of the Old Republic, then I hate to break it to you, Keith, but you'll be waiting a long time. It got cancelled.
We're just gonna have to keep playing
Endless
the Galop,
tears.
the Galop version.
It's yeah, it's one of those. To be honest, I reckon it was cancelled because they knew that they just probably couldn't do it justice. Like
Probably didn't have the budget to do it justice. They probably have been given a shoestring to do it on.
yeah, that's fair. Just like, oh, give this like a nostalgia, like just do enough that it catches like people doing it. But then again, they said they were gonna remove all the like the D&D combat stuff, which to me is like, because that's what made it for me.
I would like an updated version of it because I found that really bad for my motion sickness. Just the way it would flip me around to people and things like that. So that was
That's
kind of
fair.
like my issue that I had with it. But even if it was just made slightly smoother, I would still enjoy it. But I distinctly remember when you would flip between characters for combat, I would just be like, oh, no,
Yeah,
nauseous.
because it did jump like really aggressively, didn't it?
I had the same problem with Witcher actually. Witcher 1 and Witcher 2, I had horrendous motion sickness to the point where I couldn't even watch playthroughs of it. I can play Witcher 3, but Witcher 1
Yeah.
just migraine for days.
I've never played any of the Witchers bar 3. I think like I see that they're remastering the first one.
They are.
In Unreal Engine 5. I'm not sure if has a game actually came out in Unreal Engine 5 yet.
I don't think so. Everything I've been getting recently is still on Unreal Engine 4.
Yeah, it's like,
Um,
like the reason I ask is like every single Unreal Engine 5 demo I've seen has looked utter shit. It's like I know it's like playground assets, like they're like it's literally just like all the kind of sandbox assets that they're using, but like I got sick to death of seeing people on Twitter being like, hey, I recreated like Halo in Unreal Engine 5 and it just looks dog shit. Like it just looks bad.
I'm gonna look it up now because I'm interested to see the.
Like there's some really cool like lighting effects and stuff like that like comes with the actual toolkit that is Unreal Engine, but like
It says Witcher 4 for Unreal Engine 5 that just popped up.
what?
I've never heard of Witcher 4.
I don't think it exists. Is that? Unless they announced like it's not gonna be like a sequel. It's gonna be like a
Like DLC, but it says The Witcher 4 on the main page.
huh.
And it was Witcher 4 as of October 4th, 2022.
Huh.
Hmm?
Exclusive AyeforScotland stream announcement. Yeah, The Witcher 4 is now live. There we go. No, I'm gonna see if I can like in fact, nah, I'm not gonna show it on stream. It doesn't matter.
No.
I was gonna see if I could like dig up because I saw someone do Mario in Unreal Engine 5, right, and it was a 3D Mario, and you could similar to the one where he was like cutting about that city. I can't remember which. one
God,
that
it looks
was.
horrific.
What the
The
Unreal
Mario.
Engine? Oh
Yeah.
yeah, like the Mario, it looks terrible. It's like they're using all the lighting effects and stuff, but there's like I don't know why, but in like the Unreal Engine 5 Mario tech demo, they decided to like explode a Goomba and like it has like a blood splatter effect.
It
It's
looks like they've tried to go really dark when it's a fucking Mario game. Like,
Yeah.
it doesn't need the bloodborne blood spatter.
Yeah, it's very odd. What do you think about? Did you see the Did you see the Mario trailer?
The one with Chris Pratt, yeah.
Yeah. What
I
was your
did, and
verdict?
he is the most humorless, awful. I don't know. When you hear the voice actors in other countries doing the Mario voice, it is so much better.
Yeah.
And then you have Chris Pratt's inflection, and it's just a guy standing in a booth, not even
It's-
putting on an accent, just being bland as fuck.
Well, that's the weirdest thing for me anyway. Like I genuinely find it like I honestly like put me in a fucking booth and I can guarantee you I could probably come out with some better Mario sounding lines than Chris Pratt. And that's me. I'm not saying
To be
I'm
fair,
good.
anyone could do anything better than Chris Pratt. at
But
this time.
exactly.
It's really. I'm just gonna keep calling him Chris Pratt because I do not like him. He's not a nice man.
Yeah, he's just fucking
and-
obnoxious.
I mean, he's very blatantly anti-LGBT.
Yeah.
And
he, the
I
thing
have
is
no
he
time.
tries so fucking hard to like not like not look it or not sound it. Like it's very much he doesn't mention it at all. And then when he really gets challenged on it, he absolutely just like hides. So I
He
feel
knows
like,
he's wrong. He knows he's doing something that could potentially ruin his career, but he's
Yeah.
not concerned enough to actually do the right thing and change his views.
yeah.
He's an arsehole. Sorry if there's anyone in the chat that likes him, but he's an arsehole.
Yeah, no, that's very fair. So, what am I wanting to do here? Sorry, I'm just like, what the fuck am I wanting to do with my life? I think I am...
Not the game, just in general.
Yeah.
We've reached that time of the morning when it's time for the midlife crisis. There
Yeah,
are
it's
no
almost
good
4
decisions
o'clock.
at 3 in the morning.
4 o'clock, we've made it to 4 o'clock. That means it's like 6 hours until it's 2 hours to go. Ah, man. Right, I like how okay, so no, that's just so pick up tree, shout order to mimic. Now they should all go and pick up tree branches. There we go. That's what my armored group of people do. I then need to also order them to swap their hands, and then I need to do this, and then I need to order them to do that, and then they all shave their sticks. It's a very manual game, this, but I think it like also kind of speaks to the like how early communication probably did work. I don't know how monkeys talk to each other, but we must have like you'll never like start to like speak in this game in a way that's like language.
Very
but
when you do
primitive.
things though, it's still understandable. It's almost like how when kids are trying to communicate with you and they're smacking their hands about and making noises.
yeah,
Still a form of communication that's recognizable.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's a good way of putting it. Because I think like that's what I find so interesting about this game is that like it makes you like I've said this like a couple of times in the stream now, but it generally does make you like think about the like that kind of thing. Like
Mhm.
like there was a point where we didn't communicate, and Sapphire, you're asking me if I'm nearly at the end of my wits. Yes. Of the game, no. We're fairly far off. Yeah, Harley, grab yourself some sleep. Thank you so much for all of your help and assistance. And I'll see you probably in a couple of hours. Is it 8 hours left? No, it's not. Is it? Oh, it is. It is. Yay.
It's 8 hours because it's 6 hours until it's 2 hours.
Fucking sick. I like how you're following that as well.
I don't want to break whatever resolve you have left by outright saying 8 hours.
No, that's it. Fucking hell, tree. That is a a knife in the spine. One full work day, yeah, that's fine. Great. And then tomorrow I'm also working. I'm gonna try and sleep from 12 o'clock on Sunday to like, well, hopefully just Monday morning. Like, although that won't happen. I'll probably wake up and have some sort of dinner. Oh,
You'll be
fuck.
wired enough that you'll need food.
So I got attacked by a fucking warthog. Go away. Andy broke my fucking leg. Come on.
Nope, successfully dodged.
Well, yeah, I successfully dodged that one, but then I'm kind of worried for my other people.
You went to a potato party midstream. Tell me more. What's a potato
What the
party?
fuck is? Yeah, what the hell's a potato party? Can I join?
I was gonna say, it made me instantly hungry.
Don't start that. Oh, come on. Why is there so many fucking warthogs? Fuck off. I'm trying to move my clan, like...
A potato party is a house party where everyone has to bring a potato-based dish.
Oh.
And all the drinking games are potato-themed. Does that include vodka, then?
Yes. Clan member dead? What the fuck is happening? What are y'all doing? Sorry. Arseholes. And all the drinks are potato themed. Nice. They are dying, yes. Ah, fuck it, let's go. Meow. Oh! Okay, that was not as deep
Not
as I
as
thought
planned.
it was. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. And there's more fucking... Go away! Fucking hogs. What are they like?